You go for coffee and like just go out for coffee like that, you know what I mean? Not that I couldn't if there's an emergency. I'm trying to get everything off the floor so I can vacuum right now. Here's your switch so I can sit. I'm just worried she's gonna be really mad tonight.
Belle?
Yeah.
Because people haven't asked her about it directly?
She probably won't say anything today, but I just feel she is. I was like, what do you want to do? So? Oh, you pressed the home button. Oh, there you go.
Fucking hell. Yes!
Because if you asked out, you might be through with stuff.
Sorry,
like
Jessica,
that.
I'm in post-star euphoria. I just finally got this god-awful fucking star, which means you're gonna be in the recording, Jessica. Say hi, and there's no way to undo it because I'm not getting this fucking star again.
Dude, what?
Otherwise, with my playthrough will be incomplete. Now, as long as I can remember where I go in a completely linear path, which hopefully I can. Failed sweet kick. What? God damn it, I hate when I can't do speed kicks. Try to get better at them and it's like 50-50 success rate still.
the future, but I don't know. But he plays f6, and when you make a pawn move like this, you are drastically weakening the position, potentially. Now h5, and now when you take, yes, your king gets back, but more often than not, when you are this passive in a king and pawn endgame, you're gonna lose. So Beardson had to not take. And the craziest thing is, if he went here, white still gets through. You know how? Pawn sack. Brutal. Take, and now the white king walks in. Like, the white king still infiltrates because he's so active. And there's no way in for black on the other side of the board. So, Amin gets in, pushes his pawn, and I mean, black just runs out of moves in this game. It's actually kind of nuts. They get down to 5 pawns each. I told you this game is like the Hunger Games. Look at this. King h7, g6, black. Now just basically develop and argue that this is sort of pointless. Okay? And then Parham was like, really, Magnus, I have no idea what you're doing with your bishop. I mean, now you have to go back this way because you can't do this. I mean, if you do that, you're never going to make it to that square because I'm just going to go back and take, and I'm going to go g4. So Parham plays h3, and he's like, all right, well, Magnus has to retreat his bishop on that diagonal because going to bishop h5 is stupid. So it must have been extremely peculiar when Magnus played bishop h5. You know what I'm talking about. You guys, some of you just boot up chess games literally to hear the clicking noise. I mean, it's much more boring to hear that move than the crunching chess.com sound of a piece capture, you know. So it takes b4, and you know, throughout this game, it was Amin Tabatabai putting the pressure on black. But here, instead of just sitting there and just having his queen and rook on, Beardson says, no man, queen trade. That is a massive decision. Why? Because when you simplify down to queens and then to pawns, I mean, with this many pawns, you best be sure that you're going to not lose. Okay? Now, in a king and pawn endgame, two things matter. Obviously, material, but that's like obvious. 4 pawns will beat 1. It's an e8. Nobody can touch him. Nobody can touch him. Queen f6 back. And suddenly, right around here, Soupy catches his opponent with knight h5 check. And if you take it, there's a fork. So you gotta go here, but all of a sudden, Soupy's back. White plays bishop f1, and Soupy plays queen e7, which defends the pawn and attacks h4. The engine here gives knight e4 anyway, and then forking the knights with the king. That's some bullshit. Like, I'm not even, that is unfine. White king is going to go there and try to break through, because otherwise it's just a draw. So Beardson did not have to do that, and also white did not have to trade. Like, Amin could have played rook c5 and, you know, tried to get this endgame, and, you know, this is just annoying for black, but probably losing. But maybe not. And in the game, what happened was they all traded, and, you know, that's exactly what Amin did. And here, Thomas Beardson made a... It's probably not even Thomas, right? Because he's Dutch, so it's probably like Thomas or something. Dutch folks, y'all got... And now Magnus plays rook a3 because that pawn's not actually defended. And masterclass here as the game goes to a rook endgame with Magnus up 2 pawns. This is resignable here, but Parham actually just played it on. He played it on for a while. And Magnus starts sending his b-pawn. It's a completely winning endgame because the rook does what's called cutting off the king. Alright, rook h6. White can never get close. Parham goes for this, and we have an exchange of pawns. But this is a very well-known winning endgame because the king
know, I like a thick woman, blah 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 blah. But to see that, if that is the reason, to see that translate into 5 points of BMI, I mean 5 points of BMI is huge. That is huge. That is the difference between overweight and normal, or overweight and obese. That is like a lot of, that's a big difference. So that just shows the power of this stuff. Oh yeah, it is. I keep forgetting that I'm the one with the crazy schedule. Well, I hope you do join the server. I'd like to have more talks like this in the future with you. Oh, he did already? Oh, great. Alright, well, take care. And again, I'm glad you're back. I missed you when you were gone. I thought we had some good talks, so I'm glad you decided to come back. Oh, okay, yeah, good. Yeah, nice talking to you, and hope you can get to bed and have a good rest. Oh, I didn't think I was grabbing that. God damn it. Yeah, psych major. Sorry if you guys can hear that. I'm getting a call and I'm trying to end it. So then that I think oh, Ben is like angry. So then I'm thinking, well, why is Ben angry? And especially when I'm like, didn't hear you, and I'm like, oh, what did you say? And you're like, I said okay. So it's like, well, now you sound either really terse or really mad. I feel like you probably know all this, though, and the actual answer is you actually are kind of mad about something. Because I think you know.
Maybe that'll be the way that you like ask me why I'm quiet.
I didn't even ask. I said, oh, you're awfully quiet. Is that bad?
I mean, I don't think it's bad. I was just like kind of like teasing you, you know. Like I moved my mic down so you can hear me more clearly. Yours is up. You need to tell me.
I guess sometimes it's hard to tell if you're actually mad or if you're like then jokingly mad. Maybe that's the issue. I don't know. I mean, part of it for sure is probably that I am paranoid about when people are mad and worried that they're mad when they're not mad.
Oh, you know what it is?
You missed yesterday, WBM, where he was mad, and I never figured it out still to this day. And he eventually admitted he was mad, and something reminded him of some reason why he was. And also, this bomb is so annoying. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe that is easier. But yeah, I don't know if service just picks up the difficulty in C10, but almost all of C10 in general has been like so hard. compared to everything else. I was wondering why, because everyone says it's a light Kaizo, and so I saw it's on the list, and I saw that it was above Super Mario Nightmare, which people assured me was a full Kaizo. So I was like, well, that's weird. But now playing this, I'm like, this might be a full Kaizo. Like, it hasn't had any like stars that have taken me like, you know, like 7+ hours, but like I said, I think I've spent like 3 hours on this already. Okay, see, that's reassuring to hear, because it certainly just doesn't feel like a light Kaizo. Okay, because Pluto said, I think it was Pluto that said Mario's Nightmare is a full Kaizo. So if Pluto says it, I am fine taking that. Okay, that makes me feel better. Because I've heard a lot of people, even Shine, the person who doesn't believe in the category of light Kaizo, says that Mario's Nightmare is a Kaizo. So, yeah, if this is harder, then that makes me feel better about struggling. Although, again, I'm only on C10. I'm kind of hoping that maybe this is just like a spike, and maybe like C11, like for some reason, won't be as hard. Because like if this is only C10, this C10 is harder than Stars of the Beast C10, for sure. Yeah, I guess I think we've covered enough philosophy. You're right. It's hard with the what if, because that can lead down all kinds of roads, right? Because with exploitation, someone could easily argue those animals wouldn't even exist if it wasn't for this. It's like the slave trade. The slave trade is a lot more difficult than a lot of people think, because actually most slaves were actually sold by black people, not white people. But then you could say, but the reason so many people were enslaved is once other African people realized that there was a market, then they went and took even more African people and then sold them because they realized there was a market for it. And if there's no market, then this wouldn't have happened. And so even though most of the slaves were sold from black people, that doesn't excuse white people, because, you know, there wouldn't have been a market in the first place, and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, no, I'm not trying to start that. That's a massive... Oh, I can't believe I didn't die. That's a massive topic. I was just giving an example of, yeah, something where, you know, the issue might seem simple if you're just talking about, you know, oh, like, blah, blah, blah. But it's, you know, the existence of something is oftentimes very complicated. But yeah, that is definitely a very complex topic. Probably best saved for later. But not to Ivor, because I know he's kind of pooped. But I am always fascinated about that specific fact, the one I just said. I don't think most people know that. When I tell most people that most of the slaves were already slaves, they were slaves in Africa, most people I think that, you know, white people came over and enslaved them. But I think a lot of people are surprised to find out that they were already slaves by other black people. And I mean, even I gotta be careful saying that, because I don't want to be seen as like trying to like justify what happened or anything. You know what I mean? Like it's a very scary thing to say, because like it is true, but you don't want to at all be like, you know, misinterpreted on that front. So you always got to make sure to like put a bajillion caveats of like, I'm not saying this makes it any better what they did, you know, but I do think it's an interesting thing that, you know, that a lot of people don't know. Yeah. It's like, it's not, you gotta be careful. I've had that in real life conversations where I'd be like, hey, you know, a fact I learned is most slaves actually were already slaves. And then people are like, just stare at me, and I'm like, oh shit, I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said that. That doesn't fit the narrative. of white people evil and everyone else is fine. That does not fit the narrative. Why did I do that? Oh my god. Like, I've had that a lot. So I've learned that I must be very careful. Oh, I've had so many attempts that like get here. I've had like so many attempts that get to like 6 out of 7, 7 out of 7, even 8 out of 7, and I just can't clutch it out. I can't do it. It's so annoying because almost every jump, especially past this point, seems easy enough except one. But I mean, there's a lot of ways to also screw up. Like this section is very screw upable. But for the most part, it's just like one section. If this guy comes from the top, I'm also... Oh god. See, this guy can really fuck me. Oh, Jesus Christ. I hate that, because that is so much RNG. If he comes from the very top, you're basically fucked. Like, for all intents and purposes, you are fucked. Oh yeah, I would love if you are in my chat when I'm playing Nightmare, I would love to hear strats. Sir always tells me strats for things, and oh yeah, I don't mind backseat driving at all in this game. If you see me doing something at any moment and you think that is not an efficient way to do that, I very much would love for you to be like, you should do that instead. Because even in this stage, even climbing this thing, I didn't realize, as an example, that you could go right at the beginning and go over the pyramid. And then jump from the pyramid, and there's a ledge with coins. I thought you had to go up the way I've been going up. I didn't realize that you could, and it's so much faster. And I'm like, nobody freaking told me that. Either none of you knew, or y'all are just quiet and letting me suffer in silence. It's this jump. This is the jump that fucks me. Oh my god. Oh my god. Take it slow. Have you played this Urfan? I can just run and long jump, right? Yes, I can. Don't grab me. No, I'm gonna kill you first. I'm gonna be extra safe. Oh no 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 no! Oh my god! 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 Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. That would have been the worst luck. Did you see that? Oh, thank God. Oh, that took so long. Oh, that took so long. Did you see that, Irfan? Did you see me get blown up by the bomb and then almost thrown by the Chukya? Oh, I would have been so mad. Oh, that took a long time. Okay, wait, where is the next level before I end my record? Oh, I wasn't recording? I don't care. This was long enough. Okay, I gotta end my Twitch stream now. I'm gonna stop playing anyway, and then I got to quickly, I'm gonna have to download this VOD because I am not doing this again. I am not doing this again. And so, yeah, I'm gonna end it, download it, and pull it from here. I'm not. Sometimes when I don't record, I just do it again, but yeah, no fucking way. Okay, yeah, I'm leaving too, so. I'm talking to Jessica. Why doesn't anybody tell me about this stuff the day before? Why is it like the day of at like 7 o'clock? Also, how are you doing with the broken van? Even if I did remember, I don't think I would think it was happening. I wonder if watching cats do this would help at all. Like, I wonder if there's a way to get back from this red coin to the rest. Because this is so tedious to, like, get this coin and then come back. But I don't think you can make the jump if you just, like, slide jump. I don't think. But if there is a way, it would be so much better. Isn't it weird that when Mario has the wing cap or the metal cap on, he can like go into lava, he can hit enemies, you know. He's immune to like everything. But fall damage. That's his weakness. You hit the guy with some fucking fall damage and he is done. I think that's weird. Oh, I fucked that up and I thought for sure I was like done. I don't even know. That was just luck. I literally just have this tree jump, which it is possible to overshoot. Oh, okay. I know I can grab this without falling. Come on! Does it matter where Mario is facing? Maybe it does. Oh. Oh, thank God. Oh. Oh. Okay. This is course 2. I wasn't recording. God damn it. Okay, I'm stopping the stream, starting again, and doing.
Stop trying to doubt me.
Yeah, I know I turned around in circles, but you literally, just after you jump over that pit, just turn right. Yeah, you're toast on this one. You're toasted toast. No, I know. I just got decent spacing and a firstie and didn't make it.
Got their out.
I said you jump, just long jump over the initial pit and then turn right.
There we go. I went left this time.
I got it, but obviously with firsties. The only way that's possible, of course. Exploration-y stage. There's a non-zero chance I like bump into a star while I'm just like fucking around. This is kind of like a weird hazy maze cave. Seems to be a lot of reds in the open. I hope that doesn't mean there's... Oh no. I'm already on 2. 2 out of whatever reds, so... There can't be that many. I know this is SM64, but I feel like a boss is about to attack me. But like, you know, like I have like a Dark Souls feeling. Like when you enter like a scary area in Souls. But what could possibly jump scare me? Wind? Should I proceed with caution? What else could get me? I'm like so worried. I feel like this is Elden Ring and you're in that area with the chariots. No, there's nothing here. That's so weird. That did a good job of, for some reason, making me think of there's gonna be a boss in a Mario ROM hack that was gonna like jump scare me.
The thing isn't like as long as it's like a normal movie, so it's like it's easier for me to sit down and watch it.
Exactly, yeah. It's like TV, it's like because of that, like I think I have issues with change, and you know a show is going to be good. It's a lot easier to just sit down and like put that on because you know it's like I'm going to like this. And it's not as long. Yes! Oh god, that seemed to take ages.
G.
Thank you. Oh, come on. Alright, course 5. Did anyone do that one, or is that Shine? Yeah, that was Shine, I guess. This is Decage. Decage. What somebody is in French. Okay, we can do this. Yes. Nice. And I think I'm capable of doing so as well, but I don't know my life circumstance. Like, I don't have a partner right now. If my partner was, let's say, you know, really not able to help with anything, and or I had to, you know, do more work than I expected and didn't have time to, then no. But I do think I could do it all, and it depends on a lot of things. Like I do have areas of weakness, like everybody, obviously, and I would ideally, maybe some areas that I am weak in, my future wife, maybe she's strong in those, and she could take over, you know, like visual arts. I am not that good, nor am I that interested, and by not that good, I mean I could not do anything to save my life, you know. So, but I think art is important, so, you know, I don't want to, like, you know, deprive that. Right, that's another example. I do know French to some extent. I know French as well as the public school would teach my kid French, because French is mandatory because I live in Canada, and I would say that I do know French as good as the public school would teach, because they just teach like basic stuff like that. But it's a good example. They would be limited then to just French, you know? And so I would like to supplement it. Like, ideally, I would like to do this, and then for music, have them take lessons, you know? Obviously, this depends on a lot of things like money and stuff.
What's up, Fury?
Hey.
Nothing much. Just got a new N64 70-star TV by like 4 seconds.
Nice.
Oh, nice. Star. Because then they're like, well, I got the 181 other things, and I want to beat this hack. So, whereas if Treasure World, you know, if TD Res was at the beginning, probably a lot of people like would just give up on Treasure World completely. So I do see like the pros and cons of like the placement of the hardest star. But I never thought about that aspect. Like, that's what I was kind of thinking if I beat Final Challenge in KBR1. That I would probably be thinking, well, I basically did either the first or second hardest in King Boo's Revenge. So it almost like takes away the scariness. Like, if I was to do Crudello first, you know, I would almost be like, that'd almost take away my fear of EE. Because I'm like, that's interesting. I could see that one going both ways, because you think a bot would have a very easy time answering a question like that and wouldn't make a mistake. But then, on the other hand,
how did a
computer
misinterpret the word who,
yeah,
and when, or where?
But also, how,
why, when?
How does a bot do that? Like, usually bots are like, that's their bread and butter. Is like, what is your favorite color? My favorite color is green. You know what I mean? Like, simple questions that have simple answers. Usually, bots excel in that way. So it's almost weird either way. I don't know what it was.
Dude, if you're gonna add me as a bot, then like at least get the fuck out of my Discord and Twitch. Just saying, just saying. I don't care if anyone's salty over that. It's just for the sake of my mental health and safety.
You remember, Ben, when I think it was me, you, and Irfan were trying to determine if that person was a bot? And that was like, seemed so difficult. They were like so body, but like not body at the same time.
Dude, that is so stupid. That feeling when you just can't even tell what is what, which is which, and who is who and where is where.
And we're asking them like skill testing questions to try to determine.
Yes, yeah.
Because there are questions that bots really do suck at, like going back to earlier points in the conversation. Like,
Exactly,
what did I
dude,
say
I agree.
7 lines ago, and can you repeat it to me backwards and also then say banana? Like, a bot will suck at that. Like, absolutely suck. Whereas a human, like, they're like, okay.
I mean, that's kind of a funny one, but I can definitely understand the confusion in that. Just saying.
It's like all those Turing test bots, I always check them because they have like competition each year, and I always destroy them with like a question like that. I'll be like, what did you say like 5 sentences ago? And then can you say it backwards? And it's just like, they can never
Just
do
said in my
it.
chat, don't loop them, iRobot shit. Perfect.
That's the thing, when people say like AGI is coming soon, and I don't know, maybe that would be an interesting topic if any of you think it is coming soon. I vehemently like basically good general intelligence, like the type that like people are almost afraid of.
What's that?
So like think like almost like Terminator style. It's like I don't think so. I don't think that's
AGI, what is that?
like generalized. What does it stand for? Artificial generalized intelligence, I think.
All I found was adjusted gross income.
Wait, am I getting the acronym wrong?
Wait, did you mean like AI or something?
Yeah, but there's a G in there somewhere.
What? Oh, jeez. Pure AI. Yeah, exactly.
Isn't it AGI?
Oh, it is artificial. Oh, it is artificial general intelligence.
Okay, I thought I was going crazy for a sec. Yeah.
I got so confused when I saw that, because, like, since when did Google think I'm into financial stuff? I'm not on r/Wall Street bets, for God's sake. Come on. I can't believe I'm making that sort of joke, but here we are. It's the internet. And, you know, the more you know.
Where is this
Yeah,
last
Reddit jokes
red?
aside, how are you guys doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
A bit tired, but I'm good.
Glad to hear.
What about you in
like-
general?
What?
What about you in general? Are you doing well?
I'm doing alright. Been kind of grinding. Got a new EverDrive, actually.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't have an SD card reader, though, but, man, it's fine. I don't mind it. As long I mean, my friend, Partition Penguin, or Julian, they were very kind enough to send us, they ordered one, actually, then they got 2 in the mail, then they asked me if I wanted it, on their stream, actually, and then, here it is, a couple of days later, right now, actually. It's a Super 64, so it's like the red cartridge looking thing, with, Donkey Kong, 007, Bad Fur Day, Conquerors, StarCraft 3D, Banjo-Tooie, Pokemon Stadium, and yada yada yada. It's just, well, it's just here. And thankfully it already had, like, what, Yusumu Lord onto it already, so that's very nice. Yo, Conquers. Imagine, like, let me just say really quickly, what if there was, like, an alternative to Poggers, but it was just Conker's name blending in with it, you know? Imagine that. Just like, imagine it like Coggers or just Conkers, you know?
I've never
That's
played
dope,
that
but-
game, but I know about it obviously, but I've never played it. Okay, I hate when I know I've seen all the red coins, but I don't know which one I'm missing now.
Alternative reality, exactly. Instead of that one guy's like face as the original Poggers emote, or just the PogChamp emote, it would just be Conquer the squirrel's face doing the Pog face.
Oh, this is bugging me.
But still, though, that is a Poggers moment.
What am I missing?
Oh yeah, by the way, don't be surprised if I constantly do a radio voice. I've been kind of on fire. I've been on fire with all that.
That is certainly not going to get old.
I am so sorry for your loss. Six just said in my chat, I fucking hate squirrels worse than cats.
Oh, there is a rat up there. Is this the only way to get it?
I'm sorry, but like, I had to read it out like that for some reason because I need some way to like demonstrate that radio voice right there. You know? I don't know how I'm able to do that. All I did was just listen to a few Halo announcer voice actor voices, voice stuff, and like the first one I heard, you are not gonna believe this, but social credit deducted. You know that one?
No.
I know that one.
Yeah, of course you do.
That's the Halo announcer, right?
Yeah, that's Jeff Steitzer. I think that's his name, or how you pronounce it. But yeah, ever since then I've been kind of on a little rabbit hole with that kind of guys, like being like in those cameo sort of videos, you know? One of my favorite ones was, what was it? It's just... Oh, here it is, I found it. Clapping cheeks!
I don't know.
Welcome to WGKBW, home of the blowfish. Here, I'll say it again, but this time with a bit more, or a bit less hesitation. Welcome to WGKBW, home of the blowfish. Today on Top Gear.
That almost made it.
Sorry if I distracted you, by the way.
No, it's okay. Does anyone watching know how I'm supposed to get up here to get my final red?
I would if I knew. I do have a plague Kaizo hacks, to be fair, and I'm just not really experienced with hacks in general.
All of these are slanted walls, so I can't like wall kick.
You got another PB run? I mean, I might do some more PB runs, but yeah.
There is a hole up there though, so maybe I'm not even supposed to come in here? Actually, no, I think I'm supposed to go back.
I might consider asking someone if they want to race 70 star, but I'm not sure who.
How tough do you think it would be to get 70 star in under an hour?
Me? Like, you said under an hour, so like, dude, that's been possible for years now.
No. Like I mean, like for me, where I've gotten, my PB for like 16 star is like a 1930.
I mean, if you give it enough practice, it might happen, but it just might take a bit because, you know, different category, movement, some at least.
But like, how long are we talking?
I have no idea.
Like, do you think
No
that
idea.
might take me like a year project?
Dude, I really have no idea. I'm not that much of an expert.
But
in
see,
start.
I know that, but yet I'll ask you another question. Like, is there a way for you to compare how hard it is to get a sub 20 in 16 star? If you could compare that to a
And the reason why people say that high protein diets are bad for you in, like, let's say America, well, what they don't realize is that Americans don't eat just a shitload of fucking protein compared to, like, let's say a developing country, which, to be honest, the average American to me doesn't even eat that much protein anyway, to be honest.
Yeah.
Compared to what they should be, but compared to like a developing nation, sure, they might be eating more protein. But the problem is, they're also eating a lot of fucking carbs and fats, and nobody talks about that specifically. Like, some people, it is a talking point, but the fact is that people are still blaming protein, you know, as like the main cause of like health problems. And I'll be, I'll say this: protein, a high protein diet, it can be bad for you too. It can be bad if you're not like meeting up with the demands of your body in general. Like if it's not eating as much and you're eating like more than you should be by like a landslide, then of course it's probably gonna be bad for you.
Right.
But what if you actually need that protein to rebuild things that like you're depleting? Then it's probably not bad for you because it's actually being used.
Yeah. Those are very different things.
It's like well, anyway, I totally get what you're saying though with pharma, because yeah, I there's a lot of money with it.
There is, and it just makes it hard to there's certain people I do trust, like Andrew Huberman, but I hate that it's always in the back of my mind about because almost everybody is for sale. It's almost like, well, yeah, I would have. I'm not mad at anything you said. I think it's an interesting, almost like philosophical issue. Like me and you can ask the WBM. Me and him have had convos about, because there was a guy in Geometry Dash that unplugged his thing at the very end during credits, and he couldn't have died. And we were talking about, if that was in Mario, what if you entered a zone and you could not kill yourself? It was impossible, and then your thing crashed. Does that still count? We've had those Oh. Thought this was death down here. That's funny. What's the most res that I've ever been in a level, I wonder? Is there a max? Oh, there's a star up here. Okay.
I know there's one with like 101.
That's a lot of reds. I wonder if there's any practical limit or if it's just like connected to objects. Oh, this is such an annoying triple jump. Guess I need like a really good 2-frame here. Ugh. Hate these jumps so much. Do I have to like triple jump this somehow? Is this not possible? Surely this is possible.
Probably in the low speed firsties.
Oh yeah, I bet a triple jump is probably better. Okay. These jumps make me like really frustrated. Ugh. It's like you feel like you get so close. Oh, How is that not it? Nope. This is
Hello?
terrible. Hello.
Yo, what's up, man?
Who
By
is-
the way, I apologize if I sound a little sick. It's because I am.
It's because you had what? Sorry?
Oh, I said I apologize if I'm sounding sick, and I said it's because I am.
Oh, it's because you are.
Yeah, hold on. Oh, I was gonna say, you know, I think it's hilarious now that I've learned that about the whole amino acids being the precursor or building blocks to neurotransmitters.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's honestly, I don't know. I think it's hilarious. Like, why don't we talk about this? Like, no one has ever mentioned this ever. At least, huh? I thought you said something.
Oh, no.
Like, no one. It's not a topic at all. Like, at least with obesity, like, it is a topic. People know. You know, hey.
That's
You know,
true.
we
It's still in the that's still in the public mind, but that isn't
Yeah.
even something that people know.
It's not even something that even experts talk about, and yet it's really a basic thing. You know, like. Literally, if you, like I said, I linked that whole phenylalanine page on Wikipedia, and it tells you right there, phenylalanine is an essential amino acid, and it's the precursor to L-tyrosine, which is the precursor to L-dopa, and then just dopamine, and then that dopamine is the precursor to noradrenaline and adrenaline, or epinephrine norepinephrine and epinephrine. But no one says anything, you know, no one mentions it, like, and I was so surprised that even, like, Andrew Huberman himself, who is a neuroscientist, I think that's the correct word, he doesn't even talk about it.
Yeah, that is odd.
Well, like, if you weren't, what's that?
Rain Saint Kitty is asking, mention what? About, I guess, she can't. Wait, can't you? Oh, finally, I was trying to just jump for ages. I don't, why don't you explain it again, if you're willing to?
Oh, about the amino acids? and
Yeah.
everything? Okay, so basically, I kind of knew this a while ago, but I didn't really deep dive into it, because I didn't think that protein directly made neurotransmitters, but it does. So amino acids, more specifically, basically the little, how can I put it? Amino acids are what make protein, basically. What we call protein. But amino acids are also the precursor to, or the building blocks, not just for muscle, but they're the building. Instead of telling people, you know, telling the public, hey, do you feel depressed? It might not be that you actually have clinical depression. Maybe you don't consume enough protein in your diet, which would then give you, you know, a certain amount of, well, I mean, we can't say for sure how much your body would synthesize, like, dopamine and stuff from food, but, I mean, it would synthesize more, like, it would create more. And I can tell you that, I don't know if that's the right phrase, but I could tell you for sure that most people don't need enough protein compared to what they do in their lives. Maybe the average person mother passed away, but if you're like on a non-extreme situation, it could probably help. And I say probably because you'd be replenishing more of your neurotransmitters. But I'm not a doctor, obviously. I don't know shit. I kind of recently just found this out, like, this month, and like I said, I was so surprised at how quiet that information was. Like, not even just through PhDs, but just on YouTube, on the, like, Google, any sort of, like, literally the only places that I could find more information on it were, like, Mayo Clinic, WebMD, Wikipedia. I'm sure if you were to go to actual, like,
biochemistry pages, you'd find more of that. But I mean, no one tells someone else like, hey, let's look at biochemistry pages to see what we could tune up through the basic, like, just the fundamentals, you know, of food. Like, people want something advanced, like something that would cure them right away without really doing any work.
Yeah.
Not to mention, you know, that people get scared of the price tags associated with, like, protein. Because protein is the most expensive macronutrient from fat and carbs. Carbs being the cheapest, but...
Oh, Rain said,
protein.
So the thing is, mental health is a huge cash cow for selling drugs. They don't want people to get better unless it involves buying their drugs every month.
I wouldn't call it a conspiracy, because I don't think it's that.
I don't think he said, I think he said it's a cash cow.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. I would say, yeah, it's definitely, like, pharma definitely, I would say, tries to solve things the wrong way, and they cash in on it. They're not gonna try and, like, you know, spread the basic information of health. They might know some of it, they might not. They probably don't know, to be honest, because, like I said, even Andrew Huberman himself, who's a neuroscientist, doesn't even mention that at all in his, like, hour or 2 hour long seminar or lecture or whatever on YouTube. But it could just be that he's so, like, and this happens to a lot of professionals, but it could be that he's so interested about, like, different solutions and shit. Sorry, I don't know if I'm supposed to cuss.
No,
I don't think it really matters, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. The point is that I don't think, I think he gets so caught up with, like, all of these advanced techniques to raise and lower dopamine, or to stay away from raising your dopamine too much, that he forgot the basics too, because the guy even says, like, starts recommending L-tyrosine, like, supplementation. Which I think is funny because you could just get that from food through the little smaller building block. I mean, your body will create it. You know, your body, 50% of your dopamine is created in your gut, and the other 50% is in your brain, I believe. So, I mean, you don't even have to supplement it like that. You can just buy food and it'll create it itself. I mean, we eat these things. We eat on a daily basis for a reason. It's not just for enjoyment. It's to, like, create our bodies, you know?
That's
like,
true.
create, not just our bodies, but our minds.
Oh, Rainson says, it's not even the patient's fault. As soon as you go to get help, you're leaving with drugs. They don't even try. That is true.
Exactly.
That is first line recommendation, yeah.
They don't even ask you, hey, what's your diet like? What do you eat? You know, what is it that you do in a day? Because sometimes they don't even ask what you do or to what extent you do things. They just find some little cause of, oh, this could probably be it, or this is something that a lot of people face, so this must be it too.
Yeah.
And they don't really think about the little details, like something as simple as, hey, maybe you're just not eating right, which I know is it's the case for a lot of people, myself included, you know. Relative to what I do, I'm saying, like, I didn't even eat enough protein, like, because I'm a very competitive person, and so if you're a very competitive person and you're always like, I don't know, I think ambition does come from dopamine for sure, but if you're constantly depleting it, you know, and if you're, like, let's say, like, just exerting yourself, like, overexerting yourself in a lot of avenues in life, like, you need to replenish that fuel back, you know. It's not like you can just run on empty. I mean, you can for a little bit, but you're gonna crash.
Yeah. And what Rain's saying is, that is a really sad thing to me, that anytime I've been to doctors for any anxiety, anything, they never ask about, anything else. Exercise, nothing. It's always just take these antidepressants, take these meds. You know, it's never even, they don't even suggest, like, talk therapy, which, as a, you know, psych major, I know that works. That's supposed to be one of the things, but there's just not as much money in it as meds. It's not as easy of a fix.
Yeah.
So they're not even suggesting the best things. which would be like CBT and talk therapy and exercise and nutrition and all these things. Like, that's the best thing, but they don't even talk about that.
It's because the thing is, and I don't blame people either, like the patients themselves. The thing is, most people want something that's what is it called? Not an instant fix, but an hour-long lecture about something, and that's great. That's great. I love learning. That's why I keep listening to them, right? But they'll mention a lot of like things that you didn't know as a matter of fact, right? And you're like, wow, like really? Like that's well known within that community? I never would have guessed. But to them, it's not really exciting, right? Because it's so basic that they don't care about it like at all. They're just like, okay, well, this is a matter of fact type of deal. Like, why the hell am I gonna waste my time repeating what I learned on day one? I don't even think it's a fucking like ego thing necessarily. Like I said before with like Andrew Huberman and other people, they just probably get so caught up with like the advanced shit. You know, I've heard that like even astronomers, like it's usually the amateurs that discover like the planets and shit like that, because the professionals, they tend to like start doing like legal shit, or I forgot what it's called, like I forgot what they're doing, but they're kind of like exploring like different types of things within that sphere.
I can
so it's kind of like the same
I can
shit.
see that, yeah.
Like they get caught up with like so much bullshit that they forget the roots, in a sense. So I think that's kind of what it is more than anything, because I don't think that it's malicious for a lot of these guys. I think it's that, and I don't think they're trying to suppress the information. I just genuinely think that they don't care enough to like really state the importance of it, if that makes sense.
It'd be so sad if it was like a bad faith thing. But at a certain point, we know some of it's bad faith. Like I think I maybe mentioned before that one of the best drugs for depression is kratom, but it's because it's a natural plant. It's like not studied at all, and it's just not. It's not like there's really no money in it because it's just a plant. And it's like so much more effective. Okay, you have. It's so much more effective than like literally any antidepressant on the market. But yet, you know, it's not going to be given.
Isn't kratom also like that one drug that's like, I remember, I don't know if it's this one, but I heard it in a Joe Rogan episode, I think, where they were talking about like a very powerful hallucinogen or something like that.
No.
I don't know if it does that too.
No.
That one.
No, it's very mild. It's kind of like a coffee type drug. It's like but it's like, man, I had like bad depression and it just like cut through that completely. Like but you know, no doctor that I've ever talked to has ever heard of it. I mean, there's no money in it. So pharmaceutical companies leave it alone, everyone leaves it alone, and to me that's fucking not good.
Yeah, it makes sense. I think it's also because, and I want to say this too, I think sometimes they don't mention certain things as like possible solutions, because like I said, like, and as you said too in the past this stream, you don't want to say that one thing is like the cure-all thing, you know, for everyone, because it's not. And I mentioned that too before I even started like really talking about this thing. I don't want it to make it seem like one thing is like a cure-all for everything, but yeah.
Right, but I just mean this isn't.
This dude seems like a very high performer, and at the same time, he's talking about certain things like he's too careful with this whole dopamine thing. He talks about it as a currency, which it is, but why does it have to be something that's considered like super finite in one day? Why can't you replenish it, right? Like, people have more money than others.
Yeah.
Why can't you just create more money for yourself than to just say, hey, this is my budget and this is what I can work with, and that's that. I guess in his case it can make sense, because yeah, maybe he doesn't have the time to eat at certain times. I'm not gonna say, you know, I know his life better
than himself. But the reason why I'm saying that is because to me, like I said, for what his body and mind are demanding, it doesn't seem like he's eating enough, just to put it bluntly.
Yeah, I can see that.
The dude does intermittent fasting, which is fine. I don't have any problem with that. I've done it before. I think it's cool. I've done it. Like, it has its pros and cons, like anything. But he has, I don't know, he's kind of funny. It's like he has a lot of different types of goals and shit. Like, he's a professor at Stanford, right? Which is fine. That's cool. Or not Stanford. Yeah, I think it is Stanford, actually. Yeah. Or Harvard?
I don't remember now.
It's a prestigious...
Well, yeah, one of the prestigious ones.
Yeah. And... so he's that, but he also... Just think about it this way. Most people that are seen in studies... Like, most of the people that are in studies... They mostly live the same lifestyle, in the sense. Like, not, like I said, and we've said before, most people are sedentary, right? Most people don't even work out at all. I would say a lot of people are probably socially isolated to a degree on like a weekday, if they don't have a job, especially.
Yeah.
But even if they have a job, they might still be socially isolated. I think, and a lot of people like look at their diets too. They're kind of similar. I mean, that's why we have an obesity and overweight epidemic or whatever. Otherwise, we wouldn't, right? If a lot of people didn't eat the same or similarly, at least on the macronutrient profile, we wouldn't be having the same problem. Like, a lot of people wouldn't be having...
Ask something, and I truly don't mean to imply something.
Sure.
I'm honestly curious. With Huberman and people like that, I really do give them the benefit of the doubt that they're not being malicious. But
Oh, no.
do you think there is a chance that with some of them that maybe it is a malicious thing? Maybe that stuff doesn't sell, just telling people the basics, and so there's incentive to not tell the basics. I know that sounds like bad faith and kind
I'm trying to make them work with you and all that bullshit.
Yeah.
Like, it's easier to find an average person than it is to find an athlete, just off of that.
Well, yeah.
Because... Huh?
I said, yeah, I mean, like, by definition.
Yeah, by definition, like... So... that's why I kind of think sometimes, like, you know, I do like science and shit. I really do. But you gotta be careful, you know? You gotta kind of have your common sense to it, too. Like, you gotta fucking just ask yourself.
It's interesting. That's
Oh, yeah.
why I think both are important, because, like, one is, like, the practical thing, and a lot of those people, right, aren't practically involved in it. Like, when Joe Rogan interviewed that CNN health guy and then found out that the guy, like, ate like shit and, like, you know, didn't, like, do much for his health, and he's like, you're the CNN, like, health expert. Like, what do you mean you don't, like, you eat like shit? Like, and it was like, that's weird. Yeah, it's a good point. Sometimes there's that disconnect between the academy and then, like, you know, practical people.
Yep. Rain Sane said something to remember is that people have different brains. Like, literally, their mind is different. Eating certain food and doing this and that can help people who, in my opinion, are already normal. I agree.
Yeah.
But also, I'll say this to counter your point. More or less, not to counter, I would say more to add, because I do agree with that 100%. Some people, like I said before, many times, people require different solutions. That's why we can't attribute this one thing helps you with everything, because I don't think that's the case. It could be, right, to someone that severely lacks something. Like, if you lack, let's say, friends, like, you have no friends at all, like, you're completely in, like, let's say, what is that? Solitary confinement? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Basically, in the solitary confinement setting, yeah, you might need more friends. For sure. That might be your solution. But, I would say, look, I'm saying because, for example, like the food stuff, and like I said, I have bias towards this shit because this has been my answer that I was looking for a long time. With me saying that I'm very like ambitious and stuff, I'm very competitive. I would say that for even though I do have that quality about me, I was suicidal. I would say these past 5 years, you know, my mind wasn't in the right place all the time. For sure, you know, I had like evil thoughts, dark thoughts, just in general. I'm not gonna say the exact things, but basically things that I shouldn't be saying on Twitch, just in general.
Yeah.
And the reason being, I think it's just because I overexerted myself in a lot of things. Like I said, I kind of learned my lesson now that however much you put out, you also must put back in. Whether that's from just straight up sleeping or eating or rejuvenating in some sort of way. And I think it's so important. But of course, that's me saying that because that's what's worked for me. But of course, I also think, and I don't undervalue what works for other people. Obviously, I talk to people too. So that's not something that I've been missing, you know? Like, but maybe that is what a lot of people do need. Maybe some people don't have the same demands that must be met, so of course they're not going to need the same things or to the same level. And you're right. Some foods, you know, just even by genetics, you're right. Not even just about their minds are normal, but even just, I've heard that genetically, you can have like a different predisposition to liking certain types of foods over others.
Yeah, well, I've heard that too. That some people will like crave sugar way more, or crave protein or carbohydrate, like whatever it is, which is interesting to think about. Level type thing.
In my opinion, should strive to be very open-minded, to hear other thoughts and opinions, despite even if it's being like, oh, that's interesting. That's theories.
The hell is this?
So, what we see is a lot of
What?
hypocrisy, a lot of hating, a lot of just criticism upon criticism, right? And of course,
The hell is this?
constructive criticism.
Are there secrets here?
I just see a lot of it.
Oh, are you kidding me?
It's like, oh my god. Like,
Is there a secret on each? Oh no.
specific topic in real life?
Fingers!
What a laptop maybe. Because just the contrast between
What is this? Are these even reds? Or are these secrets? I can't tell.
right? But at the same time, it's hard to go on social media and see all these things people post, right? And not think, oh my god, this is just an accurate representation of everyone or most people, right? But it's not.
Oh, kill me now! Kill me now!
It's just the idea that to go on social media and to be so closed-minded and overly critical, it's still, it doesn't sit right with me. I don't like people who are overly critical, because
I don't know if did I miss these two? I don't even know, because I don't even know there were. I didn't even know there were coins in these things. I assume there's gonna be like a star hidden in one of them.
Survival and biology and all that kind of stuff, right? But at the same time, it's like, oh my god, it is just relentless. This focus on negativity instead of positivity, because it's not just about you as the individual who is commenting. It's also about,
Oh, it's probably easier to just kick off the trees, isn't it?
puts on the video, and that video may be about, perhaps they like it and they go in the comments, and it's nothing but criticism, hate.
I get this one.
Saying this person saying that, and it's all just a very negative place, and it just puts people off. It just
God, this is,
I know what it is about being.
this is why I'll never play stupid balls. I don't know if this is an accurate representation of stupid balls or not.
I'm so close-minded. And I
Maybe
guess
I'd play
that's
stupid
kind
balls
of
2.5 one day.
segues on to like, well, tribalism, right? And that's definitely a factor.
Oh, see, either we missed coins or there's, or this is secrets. It looks like coins though, doesn't it?
Not even that long ago, like,
Doesn't that look like coin symbols coming out?
Right.
Oh no, I guess it's
And it is
secrets.
now, 'cause no one can see both sides of the coin anymore. It's this side
Well,
is
jeez, that was a
this side is
god-awful
the
star.
Both sides have.
I mean, if you do seem to have a penchant for some shitty hacks, so
And you've got to keep both into account to
thank God.
It's something that's very important. It's a very important, I'd say, characteristic to, for lack of a better term, attain. To kind of just have as a personality trait, right? Open-mindedness. I think that's perhaps one of the
Hey,
best
Gio, how's it going?
And when
Oh
you-
no, I'm just remembering what
Right.
star I left
not necessarily
on.
what people post about,
I
but
hated this
people post
star.
where they just come across not open-minded and very closed.
It's such a terrible feeling to forget why you stopped something and then to remember why you stopped something.
Under an Instagram post, in a YouTube comment.
Oh no, is this
That's the
annoying
worst
thing?
place for comments.
Oh, I hate this star.
I don't know what it is about that app, but that app's a bit of a mess. Just in comments on social
I don't
media,
even remember what my
in general,
plan was.
you see, and this perhaps goes without saying, like, you see just the worst out of people, like, you know, so, like, you look at, if you were to just, if you want to
I have no good strategy for. I don't know if you've seen, how much have you seen this hack, Gio? This is Victory Rake,
and then you base your opinion of humanity on,
and I have like not found any like good way to like do this star that seems remotely consistent or fun. This is a shine hack. And I actually like this hack, but this star, this fucking star. I tried it for like an hour, maybe less.
And they are all so critical. Everyone's so critical, right? A lot of people are mean, hate comments.
And you have this like,
Unwillingness to
you have this like dumb section here, where the star is like up there.
It's just attack. It's just like a pack of hyenas just
Like that.
after. I don't know where that metaphor's fucking going, to be honest. It's like a pack of hyenas just, and it's like, bloody hell. You know what I mean? It's just.
And if you have the right angle, it doesn't seem bad, but the problem is like, see how I'm like kicking to the left there? There's really, I find like there's no good way to tell if I'm like far enough to the right or in that corner, if that makes sense. Like, 'cause if you're too far to the left, then you'll kick like backwards and start going to the right.
And it's because not very many people are open-minded. That is one variable.
But yeah, it's one of those. I think that's why it's frustrating, is it doesn't seem bad, but for some reason it feels, even this bit feels like terrible to do.
Like I said, a very important trait to have, to be able to hear dissenting voices, different opinions, to hear ideas.
I just constantly get that angle like weird.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I thought of that. Rather than, oh my god, crazy nuts, conspiracy theorists, anti-this, anti-that, anti-everything.
So you'll probably see how these attempts go, that like shit just starts happening.
Are the same people
You're just like never where you think you are.
simultaneously preach for
Or maybe I'll get it first try. Okay, I gotta. Yes, I don't know. I was. Maybe I was intoxicated last time. I don't know what to say. It seemed a lot worse last time.
Ideally, we'd find something that unbalances the position a little bit more, causes slightly more difficulties. You need to be able to ask some questions here and get people to make mistakes. So I have an interesting idea. And I'm just going to play this move, and then I'll explain it properly after the game. Yeah, very good. I mean, Don Brilliance actually pointed this move out. Queen b5. Now, obviously, we're threatening the pawn on b2. And I think a lot of people would see this move and just say, well, what's so great about attacking the pawn? Well, nothing. I mean, I don't think this move wins the game or anything. But we're just starting to ask White some questions. And we're, of course, trying to provoke some weaknesses on the queen side. That's our ultimate goal. So, ideally, we're trying to provoke the move b3. Why is b3 a weakening move? Well, b3 weakens the neighboring pawn on c3, and that pawn is very easy to attack. We can bring our bishop up to the long diagonal. And then, you know, the dominoes start to fall on the queen side. So, b3 is a bad move. Rook b1 ties the rook down to the defense of the pawn. That seems to be a positive development for us. And it's actually not so easy for White to defend that pawn in a convenient way, if you look at this very carefully. You might say, well, what about queen c1? Well, then we can put a rook on d8, and White has closed off the other rook. Yeah, queen d2 is possible, but then again we can tickle the queen with rook fd8. Queen d2 is a very tricky move we don't want to take as we get our queen trapped. But queen d2 walks right into rook fd8. Queen b1, ooh. Well, that's awkward. I'd love to see queen b1. So hopefully you're seeing that this move is annoying. It's an annoying move. Queen g4, okay. I think our opponent panics. Just classic. Our opponent is completely panicked. I have no idea what he intends on queen takes b2. Because it should be obvious to you that bishop h6 can be met with bishop to f6. Something people forget, actually, a lot.
On the right actually hold those videos. Or those views, sorry.
None in the UK where, thankfully, stupid laws like this don't affect.
And so I can't imagine that being becoming a law that, like, oh, you have to be like 25 to.
It's just the hypocrisy of the vaccine stance and then banning 20-year-olds from taking estrogen.
Yeah, she's talking about like Republicans that want 20-year-olds banned from taking estrogen. And I can't see that actually, like, there's so few. I've never, beyond like some stray bills that seem to be written by a handful of fringe Republicans, I really have not heard that from the right side of the aisle. So I mean, I agree with her point, but I don't know if that's hypocrisy for those people, but if the whole of the right was saying that, that would be hypocrisy on the right. But I hear very little people on the right actually saying that. I think more people on the right probably have a stance like, oh, you shouldn't do that stuff. You shouldn't allow children to do it or minors to do it. But you should be allowed to.
That is not a limited government law.
Because she's comparing the vaccines right now with how some people on the right, you know, are anti-vaccines for kids, and they think that you need to be an adult and blah 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 blah. But I don't see a big overlap in that crowd. What about Stupid Balls 1? Is Stupid Balls 1 this bad? Because I do agree, Stupid Balls 2, it's like, from what I've seen, at least some of the stuff seems interesting. It does not seem like this. I don't even know what this is. This is just like taking the most like uninteresting concepts and just like doing them for way too long. Like I said, this could be these thins could be half as long. I would get the same fucking point across. Thank God. Oh yeah, I forgot about that star completely. That fly guy RNG bullshit. Please tell me I was recording. Okay, I was. Going for it. I'm worried I'll never get my hardest star. My race star. Sometimes I just think it's just too hard. No, I wouldn't stick to that. That's dumb. I think even the person you're worried about would have to admit that it's like that it's not a healthy dynamic to like for you to be like afraid to like get a star harder than that person. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, don't choke. Ah! Holy shit. My finger slipped off. Whoa! Fuck. No! I knew that was gonna happen. I knew that was gonna happen. I fucking knew that was gonna happen. I knew I was gonna fucking choke that bullshit. Wait, he asked you? That's not something you can ask somebody. He actually asked you. He's like, "Is that okay if you don't get a star harder than me?" I can't believe I got to the top and actually failed the triple jump. Fuck this hack, fuck this game, fuck people that say you can't hate on creators for making stupid fucking hacks. Why would Shine make this level? Why? Why Shine? Why'd you do it? Why? What are you, Kevin? You just get off on making things that people are gonna suffer in? Really? Really? Don't give me this, I don't have to play this hack. Don't give that to me. That's not an excuse. You release it to the world, people are gonna fucking do it. And if it sucks, people are gonna force themselves to do things that suck. Well, then you kind of brought that on yourself. because you kind of introduced the concept of like waiting. Why did you introduce that concept? Oh, we got up again, boys. Okay. Yeah, but you're kind of like introducing the concept of like, oh, I'll wait. Jesus. What the fuck was that? Fuck. I guess so, but I feel like you, instead of like being like, you know, confronting the issue and being like, hey, you shouldn't be depressed over me, you kind of like were like, you almost like, not saying you need to wait now, but you almost like solidified it, because then you like brought him to ask the question like, oh, would you really do that for me, bro? You'd be fine with waiting? Which isn't even what you technically said. You were just like, oh, would you be mad if I did this later? But then it let him kind of interpret it as if like you're kind of like being like, oh, I'm gonna wait. I can't believe I've gotten up there 2 times. The fuck was that? What the fuck was that? Fucking god damn it. Fuck, stuff like this makes me mad. Jesus Christ. I hate stars like this. Like, I literally hate stars like this that just feel annoying and tedious and just bullshit. We're just like, oh, there has to be the exact right fucking pixel to ledge grab. That's fun. We'll just set the max height where Mario has to do the exact perfect fucking thing to grab the ledge. No, that's not fun. No one would think that's fun. Why would anyone think that's fun? Yeah, but you have to confront in like a neutral way, not in like a way that's gonna make it aggressive. Oh, yeah, but it's also like, why you got a question of, you know, I wouldn't ask that of you. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Okay, I take it back. It's not that bad of a star. It's not that bad. I was just mad. Isn't that how interesting how once you get the star, all the rage kind of just goes? Sorry, I said a lot of things there, so I'm not sure what part you mean. Would I take hormones? No, I can't see a world in which I would do that. As I've said to like Ivor and stuff before, and in my server, it's like if I thought that they could like magically make me like look how I would want to look, then I think that would be a different question. But I can't imagine it be looking anything but like kind of like androgynous, unless I was also willing to go down the line of like surgery, and then it's just like at a certain point I'm just like, I don't know. But the hormone thing, it's like maybe if I was like younger, but it's like I'm like 32. It's like, you know, I think my facial shape and bone density and all this stuff and like jaw shape and all this, I feel like it just wouldn't look good. And it's like, it's interesting. It's like seeing, I saw ContraPoints talking to, a psychologist or a psychiatrist called Dr. K that Ivor really likes. Yeah. See, I know, that's the thing. It's like, I know, hey, it's like I'm like one of the oldest people in the community. That's the thing. It's like I'm like I talk to like Ben all the time, and Ben and WPM are all like 17, 18, and I'm like, you know, it's like that's so weird to me, but as you like, it's weird, as you like get older, then age stops meaning much. Like I even think of like my friend's brother ever spoken to. I even think of my friend's brother when he was like young. It was like very like, you know, like we didn't want him around, and it was like he's always like childish and like, you know what I mean. But now it's like he's like, you know, he's like 24 and we're like 32, and it feels like, it doesn't feel weird to like talk to him. Where is this last coin? And so I guess it seems obvious, but the older you are, the less difference age seems to make on things. And I'm already seeing that in the server. It's like I can have intellectual discussions with people that are like 16, 17. Or it's like if we went back 6 years ago and WBM was 12, $25, they say it's fully developed. But it's like, you know, that's like fully, but obviously it's like, it's not like I can't have a conversation with somebody who's like 18. Oh, I thought you were 18. Why did I think you were 18? Where is this last red? What the hell? Is it not in this like bullshit here? That's the thing, and age starts, yeah, it really does seem to matter less and less as time goes by. Because, yeah, if I tried to talk to you guys 6 years ago, you know, when WBM was 14, Geo, you would have been 12, and I would have been 26. It's like, you know, what the fuck are we going to talk about? Pokemon? Maybe we could still talk about Pokemon or something, but, like, realistically... But you start to realize, that's why, like, when you see someone old who's dating someone younger, it's like there is an aspect of creepiness to it with the age. But in a lot of things, like, what if people live to be like, it's weird, sometimes I think of that, what if like everybody looked the same and live to be like 1,000? Yeah, we still talk about Mario now. I guess it's not really that different. What if everybody looked the same always and lived to be like 1,000? Then you might see like an 80-year-old and maybe you would like date them, because that 80-year-old would look like a 18-year-old. But they'd still be the same 80-year-old. So when you walk past, sometimes when this is weird to say, but sometimes when I walk past 80-year-olds, I'm like, what if this person just looked like they were, like, do they act like an old person because they're an old person? If they were in an 18-year-old's body, would I still be like, I have nothing in common with them? Or do I just assume I have nothing in common? Oh, what? This fucking rat over there? Or do I just assume I have nothing in common with them because I see this, like, age difference? Was that quicksand? Fucking hell. So, like, okay, so I'm saying, what if we lived in a society where everybody actually, like, grew, all of a sudden there's a magic pill that made everybody, like, look like they were 18 and everyone died when they were 1,000. I'm saying if everybody took that pill, then that means that when you walked past 80-year-olds on the street that used to be all, like, wrinkly and old, and you'd see them and think, like, that's an old person, now if you saw them, you'd be like, oh, that person is, like, a young person. They look like me. They look like 18. So I'm saying, would people still date within their age range, or would they be like, oh, that, you know what I mean? Like, how much, when you see an old person, you're like, oh, that person is old as fuck, I wouldn't date them. Is it actually their interest, or is it actually their like, look? Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. How much of that is, like, actually an old person mindset? Because, like, think of me. Do I have an old person mindset? I mean, to some extent, I guess I do. But I don't think in any, like, real way that, like, counts. How much of that old person mindset is, like, is because they're in an old body? See, and when you're young, I think age becomes a lot more important in that way. But when you're older, I don't know, like, well. Okay, now let's see if I remember what to do for each stupid thing. Did I just do this? I guess so. What did I do for this? Just triple jump? Oh. There we go. First try, bitches. Maybe he'll pass the mantle, the LU mantle on to you. Who made LU1 again? I don't even remember. Oh, Bubby made LU1? I didn't even know that. Because then there was the whole shine with 1.5 thing. Is LU1 worth playing? It's hard? What's the hardest? What's the hardest star? Wait, is it seriously? It's like got like a tier 5 in it? Ah! Wait, how are you saying it's RGP but nowhere near TD? Aren't those like pretty... Those aren't like that far off, are they? What's the hardest star? It only has 2 list stars. Dark Shrine. Oh yeah, I've heard Dark Shrine is pretty fun, isn't it? I don't even think I've heard of this other one. Sacred Blue Kingdom. I had no idea this and KBR2 were like even close in difficulty. I just never really hear LU1 talked about much. So do you think it would be worth going for one day if I was good enough? Oh, invis walls in Dark Shrine specifically, or in everything, or what? Because I did like Dark Shrine. I'd never heard of the other one, the Horizons one. Ah, okay. Because Dark Shrine seems like a fun star to go for at one point, because that's like kind of in my skill range. I think it's like, what, a 2.75, so that would technically be a bit harder than my hardest right now. But would LU be worth going for if I got good enough to like do a star like that? If I got good enough to do a 5 point whatever? Wait, is C1 Dark Shrine? Or when you guys say C1, is C1 something else? How many stars are in it? Is it a small hack? Oh. So how many stars is that then? So, 21, so like 24 or something like that? One, two, three, 4, 5, over, line the camera up better than that, back, set up for the firstie. Got it, there we go. '22 and this is made. We know that no one likes doing the same climbs for the same... We know that. Why are we not... Like, I get that there's a balance where people can say creators can make what they want, but why not make things that you know people will like? And if you know that's like a hated thing, doing the same spawn over and over, you know that like literally no one likes that. I mean, like, some people can find joy in it sometimes. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, fine. Fair enough. If the climb is fun. But nobody... I can't imagine a single person that would enjoy this climb that I'm doing right now, that would find this fun. And if that's the case, it's like, I get that as a creator you can make what you want. But like, why choose to make... Why? You could still make what you want. You could still have this whole section. Yeah, like C3, it's like C3 had the same issues as this. This just seems way worse because it's like you have to be even more precise. But it's like, besides the spawn, it's like you can have the same... So it's like, that's the one thing I disagree with when people are like, well, creators can make what they want. It's like, that is true, but I guess I just don't get why with certain things it's like Shine's creativity would not have been hurt at all if this spawn part was just like for 1 star and any other stars you just like spawned in a normal place. Like, the creativity would not be hurt. It would be the same. You could still have the same jumps, the same everything. So that's where I guess I'm just like, I don't know. I get people can still obviously make what they want, but I just don't get. I think people can then also, it's people's right, I think, to be mad at people for, they could still make the exact same thing, but they could just make it more fun to play, and it would still be their creative vision, it would still be all of that, everything would be the same, it would just be like, you could still have the same jumps, same everything. It would just be for people who like wanted to get all the stars. It just like would be like, you know, a little like less tedious. Yeah, like, that's the thing. I feel like I could still... I don't think it's... They could still make...
Why? Why would that happen? Presumably because the underperformance continues, despite affirmative action being in place for the last 60 years in this country. Mr. Granger, who also serves as president of the Association for College Admission Counseling, expects changes even at the community college level. Citing drops in applications following statewide bans on affirmative action in Michigan and California, he said some students from underrepresented groups may simply not apply. The institutions most likely to be dramatically affected are the 200 colleges and universities regarded as selective, meaning they admit 50% or fewer of their applicants. Well, okay. And you know who will benefit? The people who do well on tests. And those people happen to be the people who should be striated into the nation's top universities. The attempt to destroy meritocracy in favor of what? Racial selectivity? Is an amazing... It's an amazing reversal of the thing we actually are supposed to be celebrating on Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Which, of course, is the idea that we are supposed to view people not on the basis of their race, but on the basis of their quality and their merit. These sort of woke policies that are being prescribed here are, of course, the worst policies in the world. They're really, really bad. They're bad on everything from education to crime, which is why even the Washington Post is now having to go conservative with regard to crime policy. Editorial in the Washington Post today, quote, Washington could become a more dangerous city if the D.C. Council votes Tuesday as currently planned to override Mayor Muriel Bowser's veto of a bill that decreases punishments for violent crimes, like carjackings, home invasion burglaries, robberies, even homicides, the far-reaching rewrite of the criminal code will further tie the hands of police and prosecutors while overwhelming courts. With the city awash in handguns, the measure would also scale back penalties for convicted felons illegally carrying firearms, as well as for using them to commit crimes. The bill eliminates life sentences, gets rid of mandatory minimums for every crime but first-degree murder. The maximum penalty for someone convicted of a violent felony while using a gun to commit more violence would drop to 4 years. Why are they doing this? The answer, of course, is racial justice. This is the reason they are doing this. So maybe America should not embrace group justice, because group justice is the opposite of actual individual justice, and that's the thing we actually should remember on Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Alrighty guys, the rest of the show is continuing right now. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll be getting into the NHL putting out a racially discriminatory job listing in Florida and getting slapped around for a plus. We'll get to whether the Republican Congress is going to shut down the government over the debt ceiling again. If you're not a member, become a member. Use code Shapiro at checkout for 2 months free on all annual plans. Click the link in the description and join us.
When I see the Democrat Party destroying life, destroying religious freedom, destroying America, destroying our history, our memory, our symbols, when the church stands up and points with a very clear finger, this is evil, that's not the church being political. That's the church being the church.
At the end of 2022, the outlet Catholic News Agency obtained a statement from the Vatican ambassador to the United States. In that statement, sent out December 13th, the Archbishop informed all U.S. bishops that Father Frank Pavone was officially dismissed from the Catholic Church with no opportunity to appeal. Father Pavone is a priest, an anti-abortion activist, as the director of Priests for Life, a prominent Catholic ministry focused on ending abortion. Through the years, he has at times been considered a contentious faith leader, most notably for putting an aborted baby on an altar to show the reality of abortion. Another point of friction with the church is that Father Pavone was a religious advisor to President Trump and a very outspoken supporter of the president as candidate and as president because of his commitment to limiting abortion in the country and protecting preborn children. The recent Archbishop's statement was vague, though, on which actions actually resulted in Father Frank's defrocking, and the Father's past communications with the Vatican haven't been clear either. In our episode, Father Frank Pavone explains his struggles with his bishop over the years. An excuse for people on the left to start talking about racial reparations once again. San Francisco, apparently, is now considering a regime of racial reparations. San Francisco's Reparations Committee has now proposed a $5 million payment to each black longtime resident, as well as total debt forgiveness of, all debt. In high school for science and technology, known as TJ and regularly ranked America's #1 high school, said they had the same experience. So Virginia Attorney General Jason Mayaris launched a civil rights investigation on January 4th. Days later, principals at 2 more Fairfax County high schools, Westfield and Langley, admitted they too had failed to inform student award winners. Mayaris then expanded his investigation to all Fairfax County. No sooner had he done so than neighboring Loudoun County reported that 3 of its high schools had delayed at notifying its students. The officials insisted it wasn't intentional. On Friday, 4 more Fairfax high schools fessed up, followed by another on Monday. Telling kids that they actually were finalists or semifinalists, that stuff goes on your college resume. Given that the program leaves notifications to the end of the left, he has a piece in the New York Times today called "What if Diversity Trainings Are Doing More Harm Than Good?" You think? I mean, obviously that's true. He says, DEI trainings are designed to help organizations become more welcoming to members of traditionally marginalized groups. The American market for DEI reached an estimated $3.4 billion in 2020. Advocates make bold promises. Diversity workshops can foster better intergroup relations, improve the retention of minority employees, close recruitment gaps, and so on. The only problem? There's little evidence that many of these initiatives work. The specific type of diversity training that is currently in vogue, mandatory trainings that blame dominant groups for DEI problems, may well have a net negative effect on the outcomes managers claim to care about. Over the years, social scientists who have conducted careful reviews of the evidence for diversity trainings have frequently come to discouraging conclusions. Though diversity substitute for traditional religion, the decline of traditional religion made room for this group of false prophets to sort of take control and then claim that they were going to fill the hole left in the human heart by religion. But that hole cannot be filled this way. There's a fascinating new study out. It's a working paper from Tyler Giles of Wellesley College, Daniel Hungerman of the University of Notre Dame, and Tamar Ustrom of Ohio State University. They looked at the relationship between religiosity and mortality from deaths of despair. And what they found, unsurprisingly, is that as religiosity in a society decreases, deaths of despair increase. Now, the metric that they used is really what's fascinating here. So what they noticed is not just that there was a massive decline in people who say they are religious in the United States. What they found is that the actual association between increases in death of despair and decline in religion? Decline of religion, in their view, is defined by lack of religious practice. Not how often you say you pray, not religious thought, not spiritual but not religious. The thing that actually defines whether you are more likely to die a death of despair is whether you have dropped out of religious practice. Which again, demonstrates that religion is a way of life. And when you lose religion, you lose your way of life. Religion is praxis. It is not merely theoretical. A secular society basically says that religion, if you are cast as the other, and only now at the end are we allowed to actually hear some truth. So only now, like years later, are we allowed to find out that Pfizer never actually researched whether the vaccines prevented transmission before going out there and claiming pretty publicly that vaccines prevented transmission, which was the basis for a huge number of healthy people taking the vaccines when they didn't actually need to. Only now do we find out from CNN's Leanna Wen that the so-called conspiracy theory that was never conspiracy theory, we reported on it in real time, that COVID deaths were being overcounted, that actually that was true. You were called a conspiracist if you said this 2 years ago. If you said you have to distinguish between deaths from COVID and deaths with COVID, that is a fundamental distinction. If you go into the hospital because you had a heart attack, and then it turns out that you had a mild case of COVID, like it came out positive for COVID, they attributed that to COVID death. If you went in there with a gunshot wound, and it turns out that against the oversight to avoid complicating the investigation, and because Biden's legal team had been cooperative, according to the Wall Street Journal, after 10 classified documents were found in Biden's office at a think tank in D.C., Biden's attorneys prepared to search the president's other properties for sensitive government papers. DOJ officials met with the Biden attorney ahead of the search. The two sides agreed to allow Biden's team to conduct the search without immediate oversight from the FBI. Why? Simple question, why? If you say that you have classified documents that you have found in the guy's office, and now you're going to go search his garage, number one, how do you know that these lawyers do not have classified clearance, is my understanding. Shouldn't you have people on scene with classified clearance to be able to determine what is classified and what is not in the documents? So they can actually see it, because presumably they will have to use the power of sight in order to identify the classified documents. And yet the DOJ was like, no, they're doing a great job. It'll be fine. Hands off. It'll be totally fine. You think they would have given that sort of income inequality is still the dominant factor in American life? That actually is not true. Income inequality has actually become significantly better in the United States. Why? Because of the reparations, meaning all of the poverty reparations. All of the sort of redistributionism has actually alleviated much of the income gap in the United States. Whenever you see these gigantic stories about how the income inequality persists and the gap between the top and bottom households is 17-1, that's not actually true. If you include taxes from the top and you include subsidies to the bottom in the form of welfare, in the form of food stamps, in the form of housing subsidies and all the rest, the 2017 income gap actually shrinks from 17-1 to about 4-1. The government likes to play this little game where they point out that the income gap in terms of private income has not actually alleviated between black and white, and that's true. What has happened is that all of the racial redistribution that has been happening has alleviated the income gap post-taxes and post-benefits. Okay, but the problem is that doesn't actually heal the underlying problem. Because the underlying problem that everybody wants to get to is the income gap without all of that, without the taxes and without the government subsidization. Why hasn't that been healed? And the answer there is that when you incentivize people to make bad decisions, they continue to make bad decisions. The income that is gained through welfare, social safety net benefits, all of the stuff.
Office. Look, guys, you guys can ask me this 100 times, 200 times if you wish. I'm going to keep saying the same thing. I hear your question. It's been asked, it's been answered, it's been noted, and we're just going to try to move on here.
Oh, I'm sure that you're going to try to move on here. I noticed that. Alrighty, guys, the rest of the show is continuing right now. You're not going to want to miss it. We will be getting into how Republicans are staffing the House Oversight Committee. It is fascinating. They're going to get very aggressive very quickly. Plus, we'll be getting to a suburban LGBTQ plus minus divided by sign pedophile ring that has now been actually uncovered. Pretty horrifying stuff. If you're not a member, become a member. Use code Shapiro. Check out for 2 months free on all annual plans. Click the link in the description and join us. Democrats reinvigorate the debate over racial reparations for black Americans. Joe Biden talks up his radical agenda while being unable to sing happy birthday. And we examine how to fight wokeism in the classroom. I'm Ben Shapiro. This is The Ben Shapiro Show. Well, folks, yesterday was MLK Day, and that was an excuse for people on the left to start talking about racial reparations once again. San Francisco, apparently, is now considering a regime of racial reparations. San Francisco's Reparations Committee has now proposed a $5 million payment to each black longtime resident, as well as total debt forgiveness of, all debt. Based on what? I'm unaware that anybody who's alive today was a slave in the United States. If so, then we should probably find out about that. I'm unaware that the members of the San Francisco taxpaying community were slaveholders at any point in their...
I asked Hillary, I think... What? Do you want the yogurt raisins? Do you want a bear paw?
I don't want either of those things.
What?
Said I don't want either of those things.
What do you want then?
Definitely not yogurt or bear pops.
Or purples with purples. Text, I meant to respond. I'm like, I'm game to still come over to your place if you're wanting, but also understand I didn't respond. Or we could do something outside. But she's still having me over and we're doing something outside. So.
Best of both worlds.
Exactly. It's not kind of what I wanted. But it's just so much work. And like, I just want to either want to meet at the toboggan hill or come to your house. But instead I have to come to your house. We're going to have mac and cheese and hot dogs. Right, feeding Nathan at other people's houses. Super excited for that. And then going to a toboggan hill.
It is a nice day for it, but all the snow I feel like is almost melted, isn't it?
Wouldn't Democrats presumably do the same thing if they'd been in control of Congress? Well, President Trump was president. Stop pretending that this is about principle. It's not. And what this is really about is that the Democrats constantly want to increase the amount of money they are spending, no matter the consequences. They do have the help of the press in this. The New York Times ran a piece over the weekend titled, "How the U.S. Government Amassed $31 Trillion in Debt." Their answer was tax cuts. Hey guys, it's not the tax cuts. It's the spending. It's the spending. Pretending that allowing the American people to keep their own money is what contributes to the debt, as opposed to, spending money you don't have. That's ridiculous. This is like your parents give you a $20 allowance. You go and you spend $50. You're like, well, it's really my parents' fault for not giving me a $40 allowance. No, it's your fault for spending $50. I'm sorry, you can't pretend that your parents keeping their own money somehow alleviates your responsibility for spending within your means. Okay, the American people are not there to subsidize your drug-like spending habit over at the federal government. But according to the New York Times, that's exactly what they're there for. Most money, actually, according to the New York Times, belongs fundamentally to the federal government, and they allow you to keep some every so often. So a tax cut is really the problem. According to the New York Times, quote, America, stuff I like. So if you don't get the stuff you like, then democracy is in danger. What is this all leading up to? It's leading up to John Kerry, who says we don't have time for business as usual on climate. And what he means by business as usual, of course, forever and always, business as usual is the business of governing. We don't have time for that. We don't have time for all of this sticking and moving and negotiation and democratic we don't have time for any of that. Well, it's an emergency. This is war, damn it. And this is something that you hear very often from government advocates, is that everything is akin to a war. Right? Why? Because in a war, you get to suspend all civil liberties, force people to live in barracks, draft human beings, put them in battle. The left actually loves the morality of war and the ethic of war. They just want to direct it at a bunch of other causes. And they want to be able to essentially draft your bank account for their needs. They want to be able to control your life in these ways. And here's John Kerry saying, we don't have, the crisis is so large that we don't have time for business as usual. Remember, business as usual just means after half the city got burned, or at least after significant violence took place, suggesting that these were peaceful protests. It really is an amazing thing how the media will go out of its way to determine, based on political causes, whether something is a political protest or whether it is a violent act of rage. If it's a right-wing thing, then you have to ban every symbol associated with it, up to and including totally legit symbols like the thin blue line. But if it's the Antifa burning down a city, you have to say that it's mostly peaceful. By the way, the footage from the Atlanta Antifa Night of Rage, pretty ugly stuff, guys. It didn't go amazing over there.
We now understand they're marching through the streets of downtown Atlanta. Courtney Francisco, our reporter, is there with them. Courtney, what's going on?
Well, right now we're walking toward what we see here at Chase Bank, the Hard Rock Cafe. Police presence swarming downtown, but you can see fire are working to extinguish that right now. We've also seen windows broken out at what I believe was a hotel. And over here to my right, you can see officers are setting up some caution tape to rope this off.
A bunch of people, by the way, were in fact charged for their crimes. Virtually all of them are white. I believe all of them actually are white. So just excellent job, as always, by the Antifa dopes, as well as the media that seems tempted always to cover for Antifa's violations in the name. And then somehow he gets up and he takes off. Okay, now that is not complying with the officer's orders, and that is not a smart move. Okay, then they hit him with the taser, and he keeps running, and he leaves. Backup comes. 2 police officers, 2 more police cars arrive at the intersection where Nichols was initially stopped, again according to NBC News. An officer can be heard on the radio saying they've spotted Nichols running on foot. Now, again, if they have an impression that he is actually was apprehended for a good reason, or that he's going to go commit another crime or something, they are allowed to pursue him on foot. So at this point, nothing untoward has happened. At 8:32 p.m., they re-apprehend him, and then they spray him with pepper spray a bunch of times. 2 officers are then on top of Nichols. He's lying on the pavement, and they keep shouting to him to give him their hands, and he won't give them his hands. So you can see that in the tape.
I mean, they're just focused. They're busy. Sure. It's definitely, they could probably perform better. I mean, this is the criticism. Like, a leader like Elon could perform better if he sleeps more, if he exercises more. Yes.
Right, but he's so obsessed he doesn't seem to care. Look, it looks great.
How much do you think he can bench?
4 pounds. How old is he? The pressure that this guy must be under with all that scrutiny, that's all like an undeniable impact on your health. So many people are like that.
Well, no,
wait, he's only 67? Holy shit. Go back to that image again.
Hate's gonna hate, Joe.
Yeah, but, dude, that's not optimal health. Someone should talk to him about what he's eating.
There's also optimal mental health and intellectual diversity and growing as a person.
Yeah. Did you see that lady on 60 Minutes? They interviewed her. She's some new woman who works in the White House. And they asked her about obesity. She's the #1 cause of obesity is genetics. And it doesn't matter what you do. Like you could be a person who has a perfect diet and exercises and sleeps right, and you're still obese. And the health experts were fucking nuts. Like, that's not what the data shows. The data shows that most people who are obese have obese parents, and they come from obese family, but they're all doing the wrong thing. There's not like a person in that family that's eating grass-fed steak and running marathons and lifting weights and getting up at 6 in the morning and getting in a cold plunge, doing all those different things, but it's still fat as fuck. Yeah. And they're watching the calories in and calories out, and they're burning, 1,000 calories a day in exercise, and they're still fat. That's not real. Like, to say that, and to say it on 60 Minutes, there's this weird thing going on where people want to say it's not your fault. And it isn't your fault. I mean, if you believe in determinism.
Yeah, I feel like I'm in that gray zone too, in a way, where it's like a lot of my stuff I feel like is almost reactionary, where it's like there's a time when I wasn't interested in politics at all, but then I feel like, society gets to a point where it's like, the left gets to a point where it's like, this is ridiculous, and it's like, then it makes me political. And in that way, me and Ivor agree a lot, where a lot of the stuff that I complain about as being like wokeism and stuff that I think is like dangerous for society and not good, Ivor agrees that that is not good as well, interestingly enough. Right. I think that's why we can have productive discussions, because even if we disagree on a lot of things, it's like we acknowledge that the right has extremes that are bad and the left has extremes that are bad.
Suggesting that perhaps only 2/3 of 12 jurors need to vote in favor, which would put the number at 8. DeSantis, in a speech to the Florida Sheriff's Association on Monday, expressed disappointment in the Parkland school shooter being given life in prison. He said maybe 8 out of 12 have to agree or something. We can't be in a situation where one person can just derail this. His comments came as part of a discussion about what lawmakers may look at in the upcoming legislative session beginning March 7th. Now, remember, it would still take a unanimous verdict to find somebody guilty. You're just talking about the penalty that would be applied after the person is found guilty. So you find somebody guilty for murdering and raping a child, and now there's a separate hearing as to what the sentence should be. Should the sentence be death, or should the sentence be life in prison? If you have one activist on the jury, the person ends up on the taxpayer dole for the rest of their life watching TV and eating McDonald's. And DeSantis is saying, no, that's not the way that it should work. This isn't the question of whether they're guilty or not. We've already established they're guilty. Now the only question is whether they should die or not. And so he wants to lower the standard. Apparently a lot of people on the left are very upset about all of this. I have trouble.
Like what do you call that in like KBRX, where you're like momentum jumps or something, I guess? You're going off of like slopes and then you're like diving and then going off the next slope and then triple jump diving and then you like keep doing that for a while. Okay, yeah, momentum, yeah. So yeah, that's like the theme of well, I think that's what it's named after with the try high thing. But yeah, none of the jumps look too bad and they all seem kind of fun. Whereas the castle collapse, I don't know. I'm really bad at like some certain things, I feel, more than other things. And like that one section where, what's those? I don't even know what those jumps are called, but the jumps that have the stupid sections where you go into like a cylinder almost and you can't see, and it might be like a hexagonal cylinder and you're like bouncing around in there. You know what I mean? Okay, but yeah, Castle Collapse has that, and I was like, fuck this, because I think you even need like a firstie. I don't know if you need it, but it seems like it definitely helps coming out. And I'm like, I can't even see what Mario's doing. Like, this is bullshit. Like, I don't know what angle I'm on, or, you know, like, it's one thing if it's like transparent walls, like at that one KBR2 stage, I think C7, where you start in the middle of like one of those type things, and it's like, yeah, that's fine, because it's like, well, first of all, it's at spawn and you're not dying, and second of all, it's like transparent at least. But when you can't, anything that obfuscates your view, I just don't like it. Yes. Yes, it's like, I don't know, that should just be an obvious thing. Like, I think Ivor made a daily opinion about that not the other day, like the other week or month or something, about that like people, I think it was Ivor anyway, I mean, probably a lot of people have had that opinion, but like, yeah, it's like, if it's gonna block the jump, then just, yeah, make it like semi-transparent, like. And that's why I was surprised with, I don't know if you've checked out Silver Stars of Wisdom, or maybe you've, oh, right, you fucking beat that hack already. I already remember that. That was like recent. Yeah, like in B1, fucking cabin stage, god damn it. It's so bad. I was raging so much. And even something as like secrets, which wasn't like like it wasn't that hard for me. I mean, like, everything's kind of hard for me at the stage I'm at, but like it didn't take too long. But it's just like, I don't get why morning would allow that. Like, you can't see shit. It's like, it's so, the camera's like jiggling around, giving you a fucking seizure. You know, if you're like Mario Cam it, if you're in Lakitu, you just can't see. Yeah, it's like what is that? Like, I know. Even Reds was like, I was so sick of it. It's like, it didn't take like as long as like C5 Reds did for me at all. C5 Reds took like twice as long, But B1, I was just done with it. I was just like, I was so happy to be finished. I don't remember. I know I'm done Overworld 1 now completely. And I'm like in C6, I think? Is C6 the... no, it's been a while. I've been juggling different things. I've been playing like Victory Rake now. I'm at 96 stars in this hack, which is harder than I fucking expected. The reason I'm even playing this is because ARP wanted me to play it, like a random player. And because we always kind of trade off shit hacks to play. And he's like, what hack would you want me to do this? And I said the dumbest fucking thing. Because I didn't realize that this, like, to me, this is hard shit, like Victory Rake. Like, this is not easy. Like, this is like some of the stuff, sure, it's easy. But other stars are like, I'm like, take me like hours to do. Like the one I posted today, the weird jonks level with all this like shit in it. It like took me like 3 hours to get like a 30-second star. And like the one I picked for ARP was Kaizo Banjo-Kazooie, which is an ass hack, and that's why I picked it, but it's not hard, and I didn't even think of that. I was just like, oh, I want you to play something ass. And he beat it in like a day, because it's like, it's not a hard hack, it's just an absolute shit normal hack, right? Well, with the pun intended, a normal hack in a couple of ways. But it's like, you know, so it's like, yeah, what do you expect from a fucking normal hack? I mean, it's not Black Virus difficulty, but it's, you know what I mean, it's still garbage. Yeah, exactly. It's like 30 red coin stars at like the end, and like things can freeze at any moment, but it's not hard though. It's just annoying. And so I chose that, and it's like he did it in like 5 hours, and now I'm just like killing myself on Victory fucking Rake. I'm like, god damn it. It's like I think I want to say around 100, if I'm remembering correctly. And so like 100 very, very light Kaizo for 183, like, this thing I feel like could almost be like main sheet Kaizo if the quality was better. At least like compare it to like Stars of the Beast and like KBRX. Like, I'm honestly, I don't know. I'm not convinced this is like this. I mean, it might be a bit easier, but like, let's say Service maybe. I'm not convinced that this is easier than Service. And Service is on the sheet. I think that this is way fucking harder than Service. And I'm like 96 stars in, so I'm like a little over halfway only. But it's not like I want it to be on the sheet, because, you know, it's like, it's not, it's like, I don't know. I wish Shine, it's like same with Kevin. I wish they like, I know they just make what they want to make and stuff, but I wish they like cared more about the quality, because some of these stars I really enjoy, and I'm like, this is really creative, this is really fun. And even with like B1, there were parts of it that I'm like, if Kevin had a playtester, this could have been like a good level. You know what I mean? Like, and if he took criticism. But I feel like you know, there's some people that make hacks that are just like, no, I want to make it my way, and even if that means it's dog shit, you know, well, it's just gonna be dog shit. Right, but it's like, it is, I don't know, I like, cause I get the argument of like, okay, well, I can make what I want to make, and, you know, and people can play it if they want to play it, like, and that's fair, obviously, but at the same time, it's like, you gotta understand too that, like, I don't know, it's like, you are, in some ways, and I know this might sound entitled, because, like, in some ways, like, for one perspective, I totally get it. You're, like, someone's a hack creator, they're making free content for people, people could just, like, shut up and deal with it. I get that point of view. But from another point of view, you're also... like, largely, like, in Western cultures is not what it used to be. Like, yeah, back in the day, it's like, oh, I get that was like, it was a hard thing to grow up gay. I'm not saying it's not hard now, but it's like, at a certain point, it's like society is very accepting of that. You know, people, And I think that's part of the reason why the trans thing is next, because I think, and I wonder what'll be next after the trans thing, because there's going to be a point where trans isn't exciting anymore for people, and it's not seen as heroic in the same way that I feel like with being gay, that's already kind of tapered out, because it's like it's not such a brave thing anymore when like there's so many people that identify this way. You know what I mean? Well, yeah, that's where me and Ivor have a lot of fights, and I don't know, we'll see who's right, but like we have a lot of debates about like Abigail Shrier and stuff with her. I don't know if you know who that is, but she's Abigail Shrier suggested that a lot of the trans phenomenon is a contagion effect. That a lot of that you'll see it pop up, that in high school there might be one teen girl that decides that they're a guy, and then the next year you have like 10 of them. Like that this spreads, and so it's not that there's that. Yeah, that's... Wow. What? Is that for real? Like, no save states, like, no practice at all. I don't see how that's possible. I don't even, like, I almost want to doubt it, because that just feels, I would have guessed that'd be impossible. Like, how do you can't practice the final, that means you get one shot to practice, like, the final jumps. I just don't see how that's possible. It's also a weird thing because you can't prove that you've done it too. It's like, there's no, because there's no, it's just you kind of gotta rely on trust. Any accomplishment like that is kind of weird. It's like, at least Ketchup Yoshi's like Mario Cam only. It's like, you can have a video of him doing it. kind of like takes away any expectations, whereas like in normal hacks it's like I start to get intimidated. Like that's kind of why I stopped KBR2. There's nothing that I got stuck on, but I was just like I know it's just gonna get harder from here on out. But with here it's like C1 and Victory Rake was like still one of like the hardest levels arguably. And so it's like, in some ways, it's like you enter a level and it could be like just super easy, or it could be like the hardest thing in the game. And so I always thought, and I'm not saying that's like, you know, objectively a good thing, but I always thought it would have just been a complete bad thing. But now I'm kind of like, oh, there is actually like some positives to that. What? Fuck you. Fuck you, Epic.
The insane gaslighting by people like the So they made Barbie into a cultural moment. It's a cultural moment. And movie is stacked on top of it. Every single review, left and right, points out the movie is stacked on top of it. It's a dumbass game. It's a really ridiculous clown nose off game. Well, it's so important. Everyone should see it. It has such important things to say about the state of modern woman. And then we're like, yeah, what it has to say is garbage and stupid and wrong and bad for women. And then they're like, it's just a movie about a doll. It's just a movie about a doll. Why are you so upset about a movie about a doll? I don't know, why are you so upset that I'm upset about a movie about a doll? It's not just a movie about a doll, you make it. You're really lying. I mean, you know that it's not a movie about a doll. It's a movie about men and about women and about feminism and about patriarchy. You know who will tell you that? Greta Gerwig made the damn thing. You know who will tell you that? Every member of the media, including the Bloomberg. So this whole routine, I don't even know why you're so upset. I don't even know why you care. Okay, first of all, movie bad. I'm upset I wasted 2 hours of my life on the movie. But what really is upsetting is the gaslighting, is the line. You don't get to say, super important. And then I noticed it. I'm like, yeah, I think it's bad. They're like, it's not even important at all. Why are you even noticing it? It's so irritating. Yes, that's number one. Number two, listen, so I know. Carlos used to work in my business. First time I visited the White House, this was engaged to my friend. And she was a fan of the show. Okay? And I'm only making this personal because Melissa decided to make this personal. So, let me get down here. When we were talking about manifestation and all the rest of it. You know what it's kind of from Mike Pence's office over to the View, where you get to be the designated conservative and all of your friends, your pseudo friends, every single day. Where you wouldn't want to face them. They pat you on the head and you go screw you if you say the right thing. As far as viewing the masculine,
People who use claw grip are weird.
I finally decided to learn how to use claw grip sometimes. Somebro is the person that made me realize that pause buffering was an actual skill with his claw grip pause buffer camera changes. Is usernames are hard related to usernames are spiders? Did he eventually find a username after years of struggling? And he's like, usernames are hard. Wait, spiders. Usernames are spiders. Because that would kind of be a good, like, a good capstone to that storyline. There we go. Look at me. Look at me. Those names sound similar. Suspiciously similar. Okay, good. God, the way you guys talk about reds is like terrifying. Yes! Dive works! I've converted to the dive religion. This is why you listen to better players and don't just try to do your own thing.
Exactly.
Does that like do anything? If it was more than a couple days ago or something? Like somehow not count? By the way, Ben, you know what we could do if Mr. Zebra's not available still? We could still do our CC1, still single star speedrun. Because I'm supposed to get a % of your time. Oh, that was way easier than how Cats made it seem. So I need you to do those first. Oh. Yeah, my my throat's like fucked. But seriously, CC1. Because with our whole co-op idea, I want to get like one thing out of the way. Because there's so many things. There's that, the ASAE thing, just like all this stuff. I feel like we could be doing that. This is it, yeah. And not just that your body is separate, but that your brain is separate from your mind. That those things aren't a one-for-one correlation. I don't know. That just seems weird. I'll stop talking about this now. What's the point of putting this box here, by the way? You know what this box does, right? It makes it so if you just walk back inside. Like why? Why? I don't know. I don't know. What? I don't really get what's happening when that's happening. Really? Ah. Sometimes when I keep doing those repeated buffers, I almost like feel like it's hard to like, almost like when you're mashing and it gets hard to As if I'll screw it up. Oh, I thought the box was there to troll me. I've definitely thought about that before. It's hard to make a conclusion with topics I have no idea about. I have a much easier time telling other people. Oh, okay. Okay, so on that note, do you think my theory of there possibly being some immaterial thing doesn't make sense? Or do you think it's a possibility? And again, I don't even necessarily mean anything specific by a soul, just some part that is non-material. And obviously I won't be offended if you tell me you think I'm crazy. What? Oh god, okay, I was like misseeing that. Did not realize that stuck out so much. Okay, so the one that's left is the pagoda one. Wait, is that the last star in this course? Whoa. If it is, that's annoying. I should have looked where the next course entrance is. That's what I've come to a long time ago. It's like, you know, a religious answer is insane, but the problem is any answer is insane. Like, at least in my opinion. Like, if the Big Bang, you know, just happened and nothing came, or everything came from absolutely nothing and led to universes.
Wait, do what? You'll drive him home? Okay. Alright, Michael.
Cause I have my methadone tomorrow.
But I don't feel good. I'm planning on doing meatballs tomorrow because I think it's better than making a prescription. Oh, I should have made this water bottle while you were drinking there. This moldy milk water bottle, what that is. Did you find the milk one? How gross is it? Oh, I wonder if it's because it's steel. Oh, shit, you're right. I ordered groceries for tomorrow. We're having for today, so I to get eating.
Okay. Is there a faster way over there? Maybe not. I think I just turn around. No, I do not turn around. So I come up there, take the door, and now we're here. Now I pick the third pillar. Wait, what? Oh. Wait. Wait, I'm facing the wrong way. Why am I facing the wrong way? What? What's happening? What's happening to Confluence? God damn it. Has my substances kicked in already? Ah. Whew. Yeah. I'm nervous. Is this how I was doing this jump? In attempts? Do I just wall kick off this? Yeah, I should just bonked. I just like triple jump and then like wall kick, right? I'm like nervous all of a sudden. Ah! I'm panicking. I don't even know why. Okay. I'll make a save state. I probably want to like maybe practice that a bit. I don't remember to go from here. Oh. I don't remember any of this. What the fuck? I guess it doesn't matter which one I get. I guess I'll just get the easy one. Or no. Should I get the harder one? I'll get the easy one. I need to instill confidence in myself.
In the past, I was socially acceptable to come to something sick. Now it's like,
It was weird not to, for it to just come without saying anything.
yeah, I'm gonna let you know I've removed the rugs though from the living room chair because I'm replacing it. So,
What? The Mickey Mouse thing is gone. Now the rugs are gone.
I'll bring you a blanket, okay?
Okay, you know I need the floor, Jessica.
Right, like I bet you can just use the two fuzzy blankets to like lay on and then a big blanket for yourself or whatever.
Yes, that is acceptable.
Anyway. Okay. Okay, goodbye.
Okay, bye. Wait, are you leaving now? Done this, but you ever like take a shower and you're like naked, okay? You guys, y'all following? And then you like lay on your bed, okay? And then like if like cold air gets on your like testicles, like if you or someone else blows on your testicles, they will like weirdly like move like in such a creepy way. They'll like, it's almost like it's another creature. They'll like, because they'll be all like, the skin will be all like loose because from like a warm shower, but then they'll get all like taut and you could see the skin like kind of like and like pull in. And it's so weird because it's like that's you, but it doesn't feel like you. It feels like a separate entity controlling your body. It's like it feels like you're not doing it at all. Yeah, I feel like this silence is kind of making me feel like you know, like I said something kind of weird. Somebody, anyone want to back me up here? Anyone want to? Everyone too busy clipping? What's going on? No one's gonna help a brother out? Surely y'all must know what I mean. Why aren't I? Okay, how is no one saying anything? No one's helping a brother out. No one's got my back here. No one is blown on their cold testicles and watched them move like an otherworldly creature and thought that it's weird because it's like there's no conscious control. Y'all making me feel weird about that. After all we've all been through together. Harsh times. Harsh times. You think you got friends that have your back. Uh-oh. 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 Can't believe you're all just letting that one hang. Y'all a bunch of cowards. Y'all a bunch of cowards. Not gonna help a bro out. Not gonna be like, yeah, bro, I know. That can happen, you know. That's something that happens, you know. Well, if you guys truly have not done that, you gotta try it. You gotta try it. Look, I'm just being real with you. Somebody told me this, and I thought they were weird as fuck. And I told them that, and but you know what happened after I had a shower? I was like, I gotta see what this person is going on about. And sure enough, took a hot shower, laid on my bed naked, just blew on my testicles, and sure enough, the phenomenon happened. And I was like, that's fucking wild. It's not a, I don't mean it, it's not a sexual thing. It's just a weird, it's one of the rare times where you can see your body physically moving in a way that you are not controlling it. And I know, like, that happens, obviously, like your heart rate and stuff like that, but like, usually you don't see like your finger just moving on its own, you know, or like something just like moving. It's like it really feels like you're like separate from your body. Like it really does. It's this weird, almost existential thing. I don't, in a weird way. Because it's like we are our bodies. It's like, you know, like, but in those moments, it's like, it really feels like there's a separation. And in some sense there is, right? Like if you have an infection, you know, or cancer, your body could be fighting that without you even knowing that you have it. What is happening here? Why aren't I... Y'all can at least imagine what I'm talking about, right? About like the feeling that, you know, let's say what I'm saying is true, you know, and a part of your body is like moving in a way that you're just like not conscious of. Can you see why that would be like a you know, like a weird feeling? Because it's like, it's you doing it, but it's like, it doesn't feel like you're doing it. Can y'all at least give me that? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What? What? No one's even giving me that. No one's even giving me that. No one's helping a bro out. You know, Y'all are silent, but I guarantee you, the next shower, you're gonna remember what I said. You're gonna do it. You're gonna be like, Confluence is fucking right. That's weird. That's weird. That feels like separate from my body. But my body's doing it. I mean, in like a less weird way, that stuff just makes me think in general. It's just odd. Like I said, stuff like infections. Your body knows that you have an infection, but your body's you, right? Like, your body is you. So if your body knows you have an infection, does that mean you have an infection? Or, sorry, does not mean you know you have an infection? Like, what does it mean to say... It sounds silly to me, for me to say, oh yeah, my body knows I have an infection, but I don't. Like, because is your body someone else's body? No, it's your body. And so the testicle thing now is a visceral example of that you can see, because you can't see your body fighting an infection. But just in general, that idea is very strange to me. That it's like, you know, it is your body, but in some ways, it feels like a separate entity. Yeah, I mean, that's the weird thing. Your brain does know, but not on a conscious level. So on a subconscious level, your brain knows. But not on a conscious level. So if someone asked you, do you have an infection? You'd be like, I don't know. But somewhere in your brain you do know. And that to me is like, yeah, the weird thing. Because if people say the mind is the brain, then what does it mean for your brain to know stuff that you don't know? You know, that feels like that shouldn't be possible. It feels like the things your brain knows should be the same as your mind. How is there stuff that your brain knows that your mind doesn't know? Is there other things your brain knows that your mind doesn't know? I mean, people, maybe I'm weird in finding that fascinating, but it just seems weird when I think like, what is, you know, consciousness or like the soul? Because I feel like secularism would say like, there's no difference between the brain and the mind, you know, it's all just the same thing. But then it's like, what does it mean for that example I gave? And the testicle thing seems to show that like your brain is separate from your mind in some ways. I feel like that's, I don't know why people don't find that. I feel like that's pretty interesting. I mean, if the brain is the mind, then like, what does that mean? To me, and I know it's not a solid argument, but that almost seems to fit more with like a religious view of like a soul. That like my body, I am not my body, I just have a body, you know? That I am some non-physical being named Confluence, and I have a body. And so, yeah, it knows things that I don't know, and it does things that I don't know, because it's just like a tool that I'm using, you know? I feel like that question inevitably leads to the question, how does you... Well, exactly, that's why I think it's interesting. The blowing on the testicle thing might sound ridiculous, but really, I think it kind of leads to, like, the hard problem of consciousness itself. And other, like, metaphysical ideas. Oh, I thought I missed it somehow. That's gonna be really chapped. Oh great, now this is gonna be in the recording of the star. I mean, what do you think, ARP, if you're comfortable sharing? Do you think there's like some... So, it'll be interesting to see what I think. And technically, if my rating, because it's close, and not many people have played it, if my rating is similar to the other people's ratings, then that might make it so it is my new artist again, at least according to the community. Of course, it's not like I still couldn't call it my new artist if I felt it was my new artist, you know. I don't like have to go off what other people say, obviously.
You don't?
It is a weird star, though. I'll show it at some point with states. It's very strange. It's got a cool little pattern. Actually, yeah, maybe I'll do that right after that, because I kind of want to get an idea, too. It's based on, like, 7 patterns or 8 patterns. So it's very linear, and each pattern you get a coin. And so it might have, like, a thin wall kick section to get a coin, and then maybe some, like, intense strafing that's really hard, and then, you know, kind of like, so it's an interesting idea. It's just some of it is yeah, some of it seems pretty rough. See, like this with blind play, I'll probably, you know, like look around for a bit to see if I can find all the red coins, but if I can't, you know, at some point I'm just gonna use a walkthrough. Also, there's one. Also, what I like about this hack, and, you know, I think I just need to admit it. I've been trying to fight it, but I just don't usually like 100 coin stars. And I keep trying to like them, but in general, I just don't like them. And this hack, like, has only 1. Don't ask me why it has 1, as opposed to 0. But yeah, it has only 1.
Based.
And yeah, I don't know why, I just don't like hundreds. I find it tedious, I find it annoying to route, and I keep like trying to deny it to myself and be like, no, you like it, but it's like, I always dread it. And when a hack doesn't have it, I'm like, yes, so happy. Even reds, to be honest. I mean, it's mainly the style of reds, like the TD style, where it's like you're basically... Almost every star is basically just training for reds. Like, reds is basically just do all the star paths. And I don't like that. I wish reds was like, and it's not always like that, but in so many hacks they use that like TD model. And yeah, I wish it was more like reds is just like unique challenges. I really like reds as an example when they're all in one spot. Like in like think about like secrets. Do you remember Silver Stars of Wisdom in B1? I actually don't like that star, but do you know what star I'm talking about? The secrets are all in that lava room with tiny pillars.
It's like the secret level of green stars.
Of what hack? Sorry.
Green stars.
Okay, yeah, I haven't played it. But yeah, I like when stuff like that, or like how the reds are in like even vanilla and like TikTok Clock, how they're in like one section and it's still challenging, but yeah, I like that. I like that when they're in one specific section. I don't like when they're all over the level. I mean, it's fine. It's like in this like in this level, I'm just doing. This is fine. But what basically the problem is, yeah, when you have to do all the star paths, because then all the other stars feel almost meaningless. They're just preparation for reds, because reds is basically do all the stars without dying. Like someone pointed that out recently, and it's so obvious, but I just never really thought about it. That it's almost like it's just a given now that when a hard Kaizo comes out, almost always the hardest star in the level will be reds, and that is something I obviously realized. But what I didn't think about is they're like, it doesn't need to be that way. You know, like there's no reason why it has to be that way. That's because we do the TD style where we basically put the reds and make you do all the star paths. But there's no objective reason why that needs to be the case. You know, you could have reds be the easiest, you know, star in the game, you know, and it's like, you know, but for me it's like, but so often it's the hardest because of that do all the star paths thing, and I wish it wasn't like that. I wish it's like sometimes it was the hardest, but sometimes not. So. Oh, this. I was wondering if this was a different star, but no, this is the star I want. But yeah, I mean, part of it is I don't like endurance as much. I just feel like a loss of progress. Oh wait, was I not recording? Please tell me I was recording. Oh no, I was. I am. Okay. Sometimes when I stream, I forget to record, and then it still is on the stream, but it takes a lot of effort and stuff to remember to go back. Alright, you should check them out further. Like I said, they're called the XX. And thanks for stopping by, Bellity. How did you know that? That's what I want to know. Fuck off. Fuck off. What the fuck? Where's the ledge? There we go. I got the yellow coin, Benjamin. My faves. And I have an in with Copenhagen. She knew who did sys-ups for Maersk. I saw there were some new ones too. I don't know if they're Really? Really? All this time. God damn, the visibility. What is this? Our friend left? Who's our friend? I think you guys chased everyone away. There's like 4 people talking, and then you and Belle came, and everybody left. I'm just kidding. Well, I'm not kidding, but I'm kidding about you chasing them away. I think it was a coincidence. Yeah, see, told you. So I don't understand. Belle said she stopped by. Wait, who's... I don't understand. Who went home? Well, who's they? Or are you just using plural for Belle for some reason? And why? And I don't understand. Why did Belle go home? I thought you just asked me to hang out with you guys. Okay, we rehearsed this. We rehearsed this. Oh my god, I can't see shit. Of course, what do you mean? I mean, we kind of talked about this. It's like some people are now using it as like a non-binary thing. And so because of that, a lot of like style guides are like changing their stuff and being like, it's actually okay. Remember I told you APA is literally now the proper thing according to APA. If you're writing about like Stephanie Myers, even if you know that's a female that was born a female, will always be a female, and has female genitalia and blah blah, you still have to say they. You can't, you're not allowed to say she. Oh, I got it. I was about to hit the reset button. That was crazy. That was wild. No ledge grabbing. There we go. Probably would have been easier going to the end. Still want to do this one though. Unless I tried to do that one the same way actually. It's the problem when I try to go fast. And fuck things up. I'm trying to have to take the bat, like, the bat emote challenge, like, did you have to take the really bad idea of having the edge, like, completely non-distinct, so you literally, like, can't tell when you're gonna fall off? Couldn't we have, like, just, you know, had an edge? It's not about the water, I told you I'm sick. But I will drink water. I mean, that's a good idea. Thank you, sir. How are you today, Mr. Sir? God, my voice. I don't know if it's because I was talking a bunch on stream. It was not that bad this morning. Like, you could tell I was sick when I talked, but it wasn't like this. I feel like I'm like sounding like a horse. Oh, okay. Well, not even close to 10 reds, but those are at least the hardest reds. Yeah. Do you know how Somebro is doing with his surgery, by the way? Like his recovery process? Oh God. Why is it that thin? I don't want to do that. Can I do that from here? Oh, I can. Okay. Yeah, where they fix a deviated septum. I'm glad he's good. You're caught up on all your homework or what? This star is not my cup of tea. Why do we have to keep the same emote challenge thing of not seeing the edges? I don't get that. Why not, like, make it a different color? Oh, thought I fucked that. How's, what was it, Jane Eyre? You still need to read that. God, I'm probably the guy that's... I'm gonna have the longest attempt for this Victory Rake star of anyone, I swear. Wait, I thought that was the book you had assigned. Or do you mean you're not done it? Or that's not one of the books you're not done? No to which one? I always do that. I ask like 3 conflicting questions. And so by the time the person says no to one of them, I'm like... What? It wasn't Jane Eyre. Was that Somebro? What book did you have to read? I'm trying to think now. I mean, no, maybe I'm thinking of the wrong. I'm getting the book confused. Was there some book you had to read from like the early 1900s or late 1800s? Okay, no, this was like a classic, like Charles Dickens or something. Like not or something, like it was okay, it must have been Somebro then. There's definitely if it wasn't Jane Eyre, which I really thought it was, it's definitely a book like that, like one of those old school. So that must have been Somebro. Oh, now which way do I go on the Yoshi? I don't know. I don't know how thick this edge is. Stupid that the edge is the same color. Why am I getting, oh my gosh, I'm getting so much lag. Why'd my music stop? What is happening? Can you guys still hear me? Am I still here? It's off, my internet died. I don't like this star. Yeah, I thought Sir was reading it for school, but I think I got it confused with Somebro. Oh god, that was so stressful. That was probably painful for everyone to watch, because that took so long. Holy shit. What? You were the... No, it must have been both of you. It happened in the server. I would totally get it, but I don't see... Unless there's like some reason why they would. But yeah, I'm sorry for upsetting you. That definitely wasn't my intention at all. One of those that will just go away?
I think so.
But like truly, like I said, like in like a week, you won't at all hold any negative feelings.
Not for Zero.
Okay. Then yeah, then I guess I can accept that there's nothing to talk about.
Oh my god, too fucking bad, bro. Ugh, this is annoying. At least after I get this coin, I can kill myself and not have to do this dumb fucking part again. I think. Oh my god. Also, Ozef just said hi, or good luck.
Oh, I keep forgetting. I keep forgetting to put my chat up. Thank you. Thank you, Ozef. I
don't even have mine up because I know I get no viewers.
I can't talk, as you can probably tell. I'm sick.
Yeah.
I'm sick, and then it's gotten progressively worse because I've been talking on stream. How's it going, Ozef?
Fuck. Good way to think about it.
Wait, can you say it again?
Pause buffering in Arch is skill. Doing them without pause buffering is practice. I'll respect skill over practice any day.
See, I feel like he's stealing my quote and then adding to it.
What was your quote?
Well, not really a quote, but an idea. A long time ago with Ivor, I told him that I saw pause buffering as a skill like anything else. Just like any other, just like, you know, being good at lava bouncing or good at this, you know. And I said, I think it should be treated like a skill that people learn and get better at. And he's like, yeah, I guess you're right.
I guess he did come up with that thing.
And now he's fucking just, you know, just taking my concept and running with it. I'm just kidding.
Alright, I'd really like to get another good attempt.
Yeah, why was I even pause buffering? Like, why? Bam. Wait, was I recording that? Please say yes. I was, yes.
Nice.
No. Stop that. Stop.
Let's just fucking go for it. If I die, it's okay. I didn't die, alright. New PB, finally. Let's see how far I can take this. It only took like 1 billion attempts to the Star 5 part. I'm very glad to even have gotten a PB. This is a big moment in the history of mankind.
Oh, that's dog shit. Why is it taking so long? I need to investigate the fake star that's here somehow. Maybe it's just a troll star. I don't know. I don't fucking know.
Ideally, that guy will be stopped, but it's kind of fine if he's not. Yo, I kept the vanish cap.
Finally. Okay. I mean, I'm not done yet, but there we go. Suck it.
Well, my dad's finally home. Hello. Alright, see you, dude.
Okay, bye-bye.
Have a good rest of the stream.
See you. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, see you, dude.
Look at that timing, just as we finished that course. You know, abortion rights, and someone in ethics will focus on abortion being an ethically good thing. So, like, you know what I mean? So, I do think that it's not one single agenda, but I do think that they do commonly push the same agendas. In the same way that, yeah, Daily Wire and Ben Shapiro and whatever commonly, you know, would be pushing the same agendas. Wait, how was I able to... Wait, were you... Ivor, time out. Were you watching my stream? When I was practicing, I was able to go into the background. Did you see that? And I ran around the eyeball and I killed him. Wait, what does that do? Wait, what? Is that like just a mechanic shine setup, or is that like, or is there some reason that's happening? You know, I get it perfect with practice. Okay, I was like really weirded out. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like my example is fair with the abortion. I feel like in so many classes you would have that pushed, you know, in different ways where it relates. And I think with like race relations, you know, I think probably name about 6 examples where that could come up in different contexts, you know, in different
Don't want to go back to course 13 quite yet. That's a BLJ. Cannon there. I don't know where the other star is. Like the non-reds one. No. No. Let's see here.
Oh, finally.
Oh, is there a toad star? Well, I guess it's not really until super late, and how the fuck do you even get up there?
That was very annoying. What do you think it would be like to pull a quills and become like a mononym?
Oh, what now?
A mononym. Like, I heard that he changed his real name to just Quills. No last name, just Quills.
Interesting.
Do you not know that?
Nah, I've never heard that.
Yeah. So what do you feel about that? If you change your name to Epic, just Epic NT.
I'm okay.
I feel like it would be kind of interesting if my name was just Confluence, no last name, just Confluence.
I've been rocking the Murator Ed for a while. I like it a lot.
Do you prefer that over Epic?
I don't really care. At least in Mario, I've kind of stayed with Epicant for a long time, just because that's what I'm known as. And whenever I've tried to change my username, people are like, "Who the fuck is that?"
How do you pronounce it, by the way, with the NT?
Epicant.
Okay, no,
it's supposed to be like don't or isn't.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, like a contraction of not.
Just epic not. I remember one day I was feeling really particularly down, but I had to sign up for Twitch, and so I made my name one.
That's interesting. But did I die for a second? Oh, must be a shit internet. Yeah.
really dark, man. Like, it's, you don't want to believe that, so you just have to commit to not researching anything that you're doing in that regard. Don't look, see,
Duncan, you got it wrong. Drugs destroy lives.
Some of them do. And you know what? This is an unpopular opinion, but sometimes weed does. Like,
Yes, I've said that many times.
People think it's you can't get addicted to weed. People think that like
you can get addicted to video games. We can get addicted to anything.
People don't get addicted to video
That one is not. That's not real. That's a propaganda.
No.
Alex Berenson's book, Tell Your Children, is very interesting in that regard. Because he wrote, Alex Berenson used to write for the New York Times.
No, I'm not familiar.
He's really interesting, very smart guy. And really stuck his neck out on COVID. Like, he got kicked off of Twitter and then sued Twitter and got brought back.
Wow.
Won.
Wow.
Yeah, well, all the things that he was saying was based off of these scientific papers that he was reporting about. He's doing actual journalism about scientific papers.
Finally.
Vaccines and lockdowns and masking and all kinds of different things, right?
I'm sorry, this is like going back to something I was yapping about earlier, but you are you just there like someone who doesn't really give a shit about manipulating people like Edward Bernays? You look at that. What is that? I wonder if I could use that same aspect of humanity to sell cigarettes. And so that's when you know the story of him selling cigarettes, right? Like this is like his basically one of the things he figured out is that you can attach your brand to a social movement and get people to start using your brand as a symbol that they support whatever that movement may be, you're gonna sell more shit. Now this is every commercial that you see now. It's like every commercial that you see now is using those techniques, so people will see some company has suddenly become a huge advocate for a social movement in the zeitgeist. And if you don't know about Edward Bernays, you're like, God damn, I guess Starbucks has really become interested in protecting the earth. You know what I mean? But and I'm not saying people at Starbucks aren't, but when you're buying what's it called? I don't know, ethical coffee.
Yeah.
You know, but there's big signs everywhere the coffee's ethical. You didn't even know coffee was unethical. You're like, fuck, I've been drinking blasphemy coffee all this time. Oh my god.
Unethical cars, but I think the big one was the automobile. So what is Detroit's downfall? Yeah, it's the heavily automobile-centric industrial landscape of Detroit, established in the first half of the 20th century, led to rapid declines in population and economic output after automotive decentralization.
I think that means that they took their factories to other countries with
Yes,
regulations.
it's exactly what they did. It's exactly what they did. And it makes you think, like, man, what did you do? What did you do? For, like, how much more profit? I'm sure it's a lot of money. But what did you do?
Yeah,
when you think about that, that you could have all those people working for you, you're like, you know what? We're going to go over there because it's cheaper.
Yeah.
Fuck your life.
Yeah. Well, it's just business, baby.
Crazy.
It's just business. That's another thing, people say that. It's just business is like usually encapsulates this Machiavellian attitude towards humanity as a whole. It's just business. Look, what do you want us to do? We're trying to make the most profit. This is the job. It's a business. It's what we do. And what are you, like, the question is, okay, so what do you do? Like, do you hyper-regulate private companies? Tell them, no, you can't do that. You can't leave. We're going to keep you here.
Cameroon, Guinea, Nigeria, Sierra Leone. Although since most of Western Africa is cocoa grown in Ghana and the Ivory Coast, the majority of child labor cases have been documented in those two countries. Yeah.
You don't like it.
It says Brazil too. Scroll up a little bit.
You just don't think that, do you?
No.
When you're eating a Kit Kat.
In recent years, evidence has also surfaced of both child labor and slavery on cocoa farms in Brazil. Cocoa workers there face many of the same abuses as those on cocoa farms in Western Africa. Fuck. And then Latin America too, they're saying.
$1 per day.
Jesus Christ.
$1 per day. Kit Kats, 4 days work.
Isn't it crazy? crazy to chocolate. It's like love and it's chocolate. There's like chocolate stores. Come in and buy chocolate. Like if you walk by a chocolate store, you never say, "Oh, child labor."
Oh yeah, a lot of kids died for that fucking chocolate you're giving for your.
A lot of little tiny unformed bodies are being forced to dig holes in the ground.
Dig holes, just getting
Carry
sick,
shit.
getting malaria.
Alternatively, let's see how professional philosopher J.P. Moreland defines scientism in his book, Scientism and Secularism. Roughly, scientism is the view that the hard sciences, like chemistry, biology, physics, astronomy, provide the only genuine knowledge of reality. Remember, Stephen's original claim was that in order to concretely know something, it must be verified through the scientific method. To me, that sounded a whole lot more like scientism as opposed to empiricism, at least with how these terms are defined in literature. So given the information that I had available to me at the time, I labeled Stephen's view as accurately as I could. This wasn't some like slimy apologist scheme to attack a position that Stephen didn't actually hold. Now I have a whole lot more to say about this issue, but I don't really want to make it the focus of this video. So if you want to see more of what I have to say about scientism and what Stephen said in his video, then just check in the description. Okay, so with these 4 things out of the way, we can move into section 2 of my second book. So as you know by now, my version of the Kalam cosmological argument has 2 premises. Premise 1, there is a first cause. Premise 2, if there is a first cause, then God exists. And then the conclusion follows, God exists. As a reminder, I defended premise 1 in my opening statement with the following supporting argument. Premise 4, the Grim Reaper scenario is impossible. Premise 5, the Grim Reaper scenario is impossible, and causal finitism is true, from which it follows, causal finitism is true. Premise 7, if causal finitism is true, then there is a first cause, from which it follows, there is a first cause. Stephen responded to this argument in his opening statement by first attempting to steelman it, and then second, he presented 3 objections. In my first rebuttal, I didn't respond to his attempted steelman because in my view, it just didn't work. To take one of his examples, denying that any 2 points in time can be divided into smaller and smaller intervals does not actually end up entailing causal finitism. It could simultaneously be the case that any 2 points in time can't be infinitely divided like this, but then also that the past is eternal. These 2 propositions are wholly compatible with each other. Thus, denying that time can be infinitely divided doesn't end up actually supporting causal finitism. So while I appreciated, and I still really appreciate, Stephen's attempt to steelman my argument, and by the way, there's a whole lot that can be said about the virtue of such an approach, I just didn't think that it worked. And so what I did was I focused on the argument that I presented. We'll now review Stephen's 3 initial objections to this supporting argument, my rejoinders to those objections, and then what Stephen said most recently in his response. Stephen's first objection was that the Grim Reaper scenario involves a beginning and therefore cannot apply to an infinite past. I responded to this objection in 2 ways. First, I pointed out how this is really based on a kind of misunderstanding of how my argument works. Second, I pointed out that even if this objection weren't based on a misunderstanding, it doesn't apply to the Grim Messenger paradox. In support of my first response, I said this. It's not that the Grim Reaper paradox by itself implies the existence of a first cause, it's that my solution to the Grim Reaper paradox, namely causal finitism,
You're gonna make it so that there aren't any kind of regulations on profit, on exploiting workers or any of that. You're gonna deregulate that or allow it to exist. Then over time, all the money's gonna get vacuumed out by the corporations. That money gets dispensed to the workers. It's gonna get increasingly small. Rents are gonna go up because of the interest rates and everything. And then suddenly, now it's aliens. Now it's like working for the corporation on the ship, like in the beginning of Aliens. All this, where the corporations become the state openly instead of secretly. Now it's just like, what part of America do you live in? Oh, I live in Apple. Where do you live? I live in Microsoft. I live in
Apple's really fair.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So now you have like the corporations running things, and now they're giving out, what do they call them, like chits or something? You're giving out corporate dollars, Apple dollars or Tesla dollars or whatever dollars, or you're loaning money to the employees, or you're giving them free rent in the property you own, but it's not really free. You're cutting their paycheck and have to pay for that. And so now it's feudalism. Now you're just like sharecropping. You know what I mean? That's what it turns into. That's where it goes. That's where it goes.
Yeah, suck my
That's where it goes.
dick.
And that's probably kind
Suck
of
my
where it's already
fucking
gone.
fat cock.
You know,
Oh, that was close. Oh, this is hard. This is not easy. There we go. I knew it was coming soon. I could feel it. My fucking memory. Well, let me think a second. I had a list of ideas. You see. And now I'm trying to think of one. I'm trying to think of one that might kind of work. There's one with WBM, but that one really work. How about? Do you have any samples of your emotes? And do you also have approximate price ranges per emote? Okay, why does that keep happening? Do I jump onto it? Is that better? That's fun. Relaxing. Or the music's relaxing. Or both. Makes me think of Alzheimer's. I don't know why. I forgot. We're schmoovin'. Usually on long streams like this, I ain't getting no stars, but I'm a schmoovin'.
doing that kind of pissed me.
He started taking HRT behind our backs without any consent when he was like fucking 17.
See
He's
ya.
gonna be that old in like a couple days.
Oh, days, bro?
Well, on the 7th, but
See if I can go over.
Nah, actually, Denny's gonna be in town, and so maybe you, Luke, and Denny.
Maybe.
Do something.
Oh yeah, Danny's a Canadian.
Denny is Canadian, yeah.
Were you like Canadian born or?
Yep, sadly. I'm American at heart.
You really are American at heart.
You think your places are liberal? God, you should come to Canada. Can I say what? Egg?
Yeah, okay, you are Canadian, definitely.
Wait, that actually sounds strange.
Like egg versus eh. It's a wider E sound than American accent.
Wait, okay, how do you say it?
Egg. Eh.
I don't even.
Okay, so you say. What even is that? Oh God. There's so many terrible trends now, I feel like VTubers and stuff like that.
Spelled H-I-Q.
Why do you reject women? Not my type. What is your type? I really like a tall person. Hi.
That's it. That's all. I mean, maybe I cut it like that on purpose. That's your only standard. Come on.
Come on, you gotta give us a chance. What's your name?
Mo. There you go. Right away. Look, she's like, oh, hi. Hello. Hello, sir. Wow. Wow.
My name's Haley.
Hey, nice.
Nice to meet you. Oh my god, Haley, you're super fucking cute.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of small talk.
Me neither, actually. Oh my gosh, she just literally spoke volumes to my heart. What are
You're Patricians. This guy is on this mood. I gotta be honest. I mean, the way he's sitting, the way he's like, yeah, I'm not a fan of small talk. Yeah, right away, this guy's smooth.
What's the hilarious thing is there's like a few courses I remember in that game, but most of them, despite how long I spent, are like gone from my mind. Course 2, can you describe it at all? I hate that one that's pulled from Brutal Mario the most. More than anything. I fucking hate that level.
It's just annoying. But, like, I really like the game. I just feel like, you know, the end game's kind of weak. Well, not terrible. Like, they've added a lot of shit to it. I don't know, yeah, just, you get kind of fucked over in events. But I mean,
bro, this part is so fucking hard to do. It's like,
because I don't know if you guys know Don't Starve, but like, not only can bad stuff happen, but you could just die.
We played it with
I thought that's Don't Starve together.
It's like the same thing, yeah. And then if you, once you die, at least in multiplayer they have ways for you to come back, but like, and Don't Starve single there is possibilities, but it's basically just permadeath. And like, it's like, yeah, it's like, I hate that. It's one thing if you just lose everything, but if you have something that you can be like, okay, at least I didn't lose that. But in that game, it's just like, nope, it's all gone.
Factorio, I think. Like, I really do like it. It's just, it's easier with other people because you can relegate a task you fucking hate to somebody else.
I didn't know you could play that with other people.
Oh yeah, there's a.
Oh, we should totally do that. How much does it cost?
I think it's like, I think they bumped about like 35. But Arthur, you'd love it because you do your little stupid math shit.
I'm assuming if you torrent it, it doesn't like work probably, right? Because I have it, but obviously in the torrented version.
man, this is
35.
Okay.
Oh, and I guess that's 35 US too. Jesus Christ, that's like $50 my dollars.
Yeah, I think they moved it up. It might be easier, not easier, but like better on.
That's such a cool point. I love hardcore.
Yeah, what about one of those sketchy site things? I don't know what they're called. Yeah.
Yeah. It's probably gonna be a lot cheaper because the game originally was like $20. How did I not kill them, monster bastards?
Man, I really like this stage. It's so good.
I feel like that'd be worth it. Victoria, from what I've heard, is like so endless. Like there's so much hours you can pour into it.
And like I had one.
I wonder. So my friend Connor, Kyan, I've been meaning to ask you this. Do you have Civ 6 or Civ 5?
6.
Okay, because my friend Connor actually gifted me Civ 6.
I don't have any of the DLC, which kind of gives you. You should get. When Open Victoria comes out, you should get that.
Yeah.
Because I mentioned, so Victoria 2, really good game. A lot of people like it, but the devs basically like I don't know, abandoned it or something, or like they made Vic 3, but it was just a complete piece of shit. And like literally day one, there was like so many fucking bugs and crash rates, and it was just not a realistic recreation of the original game. So there's like a dev team.
No.
It's like stepped in to make it work. It's fucking funny. But yeah, we should maybe play Civ 6.
Oh my god. That's funny. Jesus.
Masturbating. Am I allowed to talk about this on Twitch? Masturbating doesn't feel like you're giving someone a hand job. No one would ever think that. No one would be like, dude, you jerked yourself off? That's okay. But if you suck your own dick, people are like, bro, it's a little gay. Do you think so? No, but shouldn't it be like a similar analogy? Like, you know, it's like you're touching a penis, you're feeling it, you're feeling the experience of doing it to a guy is probably similar to doing it to yourself, like in terms of like what you're feeling with your hand. So like just from that point of view, because I would feel gay giving a guy a hand job, right? That'd feel really gay. But that's the same motion I'm doing. You don't think it's gay to give a guy a hand job? As long as you don't come, it's not gay. So it's interesting. It's like I do think it is about the taste buds, but it's interesting because like yeah, like a hand job, that has no taste buds either. But yeah, everyone would say like that's pretty sus if you're like giving a guy a hand job. You know, no one would be like, well, there's no taste buds involved, so it's fine. It does, but how would one taste their own balls, may I ask? Oh, that is 100% fake. Oh my gosh, that story that I spent 2 hours trying to do the cheese for, I just got it without the cheese. So maybe the cheese is not noticed, and it would have been like 3 hours later probably. I'd have been like, wait, what's this poll?
Can't you just break the rules?
Yeah, but you're not even arguing to give me an extra 10 minutes, kind. I feel like you could get that.
I can't.
You haven't even tried. These are reasonable people you're talking
Arthur.
to.
What? What?
Arthur's not a reasonable man.
Then who?
Me.
What?
I know you.
You can't know!
Okay, you want to prove you're a reasonable man?
Yeah.
Give me 10 extra minutes. Or give Comp 10 extra minutes.
Okay, deal.
See, there you go. That was lawyering. See, there you go, kind. Not so retarded after all.
Finally, Kyan is acknowledging his true Jewish traits.
Let's all remember that we're on stream.
I feel like we're gonna get fucking canceled.
Is somebody at either of our schools watching this stream right now?
No. I'm saying we're gonna get canceled even more in the Mario community, as well as in other places.
Especially because it's almost even worse in some ways to not say certain things. So when Kind's like, "You stupid," he's like, "Oh, I almost said something real." Everyone's like, "Oh, it's gotta be like the worst fucking thing." You know, it's like
I was gonna say, it starts with a G actually.
Jew?
No.
I don't think Jew starts with a G.
Sorry guys, when I say Jew, I'm actually referring to the pronunciation of the word for tin in Japanese.
You're a goy.
You're
I'm sorry, guys. I'm calling everybody a tin.
Ooh, channel points.
This should be pretty obvious that I'm calling everybody a tin. Ben, if you fuck up this prediction, like if you accidentally click yes or something,
you should do that, Ben.
I hope you know that I actually have Parkinson's. I never roll anyone. So, like my hands are very shaky.
Good excuse, but I will kill you.
Ben, I know where you live, so
And that is not a mispronunciation of a Japanese word. I genuinely will fucking kill you.
What? Sorry guys, I mispronounced a Japanese word.
Sorry guys,
Do you
that was a
think
genuine
Parkinson's
mistake.
improves masturbation?
Maybe.
No.
I don't know.
I personally don't like it when my dick is flopping side to side.
Maybe the element of randomness kinda improves it a little. You don't exactly know what's gonna happen.
Guy, hey, check the time. Did I even beat the 3 minutes, or did I only?
He did it! Yeah, you did!
Was it?
It's literally, it's on the hour! It's
I didn't even need the extension!
Yes, it's on
Oh.
Fucking million times. Like, dude.
And they got a tunnel over there, so I gotta...
4 fucking minutes at a good
Oh, fucking bitch!
You're shitting me.
You're shitting me, bro.
If I die again on this, I'm giving up for the day. Forever, actually. I'm never playing this game again. Nah, bro.
I really love being surrounded by like 3 different dudes, and I'm like in the middle of all of them, and I somehow get fucking shot by machine gun
You love
fire.
being surrounded by 3 different dudes?
3 fucking dudes.
Dude.
That's the quote I said. You can quote me on that.
I don't intend to, but thanks.
I'm not a professional quote maker, but you can quote me on that.
I'm a professional quote maker.
Dude, the best fucking subreddit in the world.
Yeah, don't choke Arthur, goddamn.
Yeah, don't choke yourself out, dude. That's kind of homo.
I didn't intend to. It's okay.
Yes!
Joking?
Let's fucking go eat shit!
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'm kind of like... Do what?
Oh, for sure.
That's pretty weird, yeah. You know the guy who like
Yeah, what the fuck is you doing?
You know the guy who was like wearing a Batman costume while doing that, and he did it in some hotel. He
I'm
fucking
not surprised.
died.
I'm
It was actually like a
surprised. Oh.
famous actor who did that.
Okay,
That's
calm
just-
the fuck on.
I remember. Oh my god.
What they
There was a guy at my school who died, and they didn't want to like who wasn't at my school. He was like he went to our school at the beginning of the year, then like died
while going to a different school. So he either killed himself or he was fucking choking himself. Because it was like
But I'm saying this, I'm writing this opinion as someone who hasn't had any mental health stuff from Mario 64, but even from a position of fun, like I would be able to, and I know that it's still my responsibility, even though that's not really much mental health, but I think it's a better timeline because I would be able to have fun with Treasure World, whereas right now, if I got 181, I think I would be wanting to get 182, whereas maybe I'm not ready to get 182, and so that's my fault, that's my responsibility, but I still think it would be better if it had been that way. You know what I mean? So I'm not saying that we should change it or anything, but if that's how it was released, I guess to me that just feels optimal, because I'm hoping he's doing his homework now and then is willing to play after said homework is done. Whoops. Three. And if it was 3, would I be that shocked? Because if it's 3, surely it's like the... I mean, if it's 3, it's probably the group that one would expect that doesn't like you very much. Yeah, but you do know what Occam's razor is, right? Like, your explanation does make sense, but so does the explanation that one person that knows your address or the friendship to be honest about it. I don't think it would be healthy for me to pretend like that's not an issue. I think that, if anything, would mess things up. I think that would.
Yeah, I don't think it'd be healthy for me to just, like, say I don't think that anymore either.
Right, like I don't think the answer for either of us is to lie or pretend.
Person isn't like very pleasant. It's like I don't think it was. You probably don't like not being on good terms with that person either, because then they're trying to do shit to you. It's like if you just blocked them, all that would have been avoided. Right,
but you've admitted that your thing wasn't out of like just worrying about me and caring about me. You've admitted that you thought that I did something morally.
But I just said like it would have benefited you to just block him right from the start.
Yeah, but that's a separate issue. That might also be true, but you think what it was, you both felt the need to bring that up then, and you still think it's wrong now. So you also see it that way, like in your mind? Because I've never really thought about that before. Like I have thought about that. I'm not thinking about 100%ing, but I've never thought about the fact that I almost see it as like a. I mean, not fully as like I obviously there's like the stars are connected and like link, but yeah, I almost really do. I truly don't know how much of a I don't. Yeah, I truly. There wouldn't be. I got the red here. I know that doesn't tell you who it is, but I mean that's how weird it is. It would be like, like I can't think of another example. Like that's how weird it is. If like, I don't know, Katsay and like did this with Morning, you'd be like, what happened between Katsay and Morning? Like what do you? Like, that's the kind of, like, weirdness we're talking about. So that's why I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck is going on? Okay, doing a good job so far, Confluence. Okay. It's going good. This is going good. Okay, so we just go to the end and then we come back. We don't get any extras. We're not getting souvenirs. I just feel like weirdly Ben has explaining to do to me, which, like I said, maybe sounds weirdly like victim blaming. No, did I not hold back fast enough? No, please tell me I did. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. To me, it's like the most shocking of the shocking suspects, which is why I don't understand. And why I feel like something was clearly not told to me that happened. And now I don't know where the fuck Ben went. I did it. Actually, I don't know. I'm not sure. After getting this, I think I spent too long on it, but I actually think that was a pretty hard star.
you shipped an AGI and I somehow like am just going about my daily life and I'm not that impressed. And I obviously don't think we shipped an AGI, but I get the point, and the world is continuing on.
When you build, or somebody builds an artificial general intelligence, would that be fast or slow? Would we know what's happening or not? Would we go about our day on the weekend or not?
So I'll come back to the would we go about our day or not thing. I think there's like a bunch of interesting lessons from COVID and the UFO videos and a whole bunch of other stuff that we can talk to there.
Yeah.
But on the takeoff question, if we imagine a 2x2 matrix of short timelines till AGI starts, long timelines till AGI starts, slow takeoff, fast takeoff, do you have an instinct on what do you think the safest quadrant would be?
So the different options are like next year.
Yeah, say the takeoff. We start the takeoff period.
Yep.
Next year or in 20 years.
20 years.
And then it takes 1 year or 10 years. Well, you can even say 1 year or 5 years, whatever you want for the takeoff.
I feel like now is safer.
So do I. So I'm in the
longer now.
I'm in the slow takeoff, short timelines is the most likely good world, and we optimize the company to have maximum impact in that world, to try to push for that kind of a world. And the decisions that we make are, there's like probability masses, but weighted towards that. And I think I'm very afraid of the fast takeoffs. I think in the longer timelines, it's harder to have a slow takeoff. There's a bunch of other problems too. But that's what we're trying to do. Do you think GPT-4 is an AGI?
I think if it is, just like with the UFO videos, If it's going to take your job, it means you were a shitty programmer. There's some truth to that. Maybe there's some human element that's really fundamental to the creative act, to the act of genius that is in great design that is involved in programming. And maybe I'm just really impressed by all the boilerplate, but that I don't see as boilerplate, but is actually pretty boilerplate.
Yeah, it may be that you create, like, in a day of programming, you have one really important idea.
Yeah. And that's the contribution.
That's the contribution. And there may be, like, I think we're going to find. So I suspect that is happening with great programmers, and that GPT-like models are far away from that one thing, even though they're going to automate a lot of other programming. But again, most programmers have some sense of
I mean, I can understand it to an extent, but you can apply logic in places where logic isn't meant to apply and have it make sense. That's what I'd say.
Right, but then wouldn't I, if I was doing that, wouldn't I be wrong? Wouldn't I apply it, and then it would end up being, like, completely, no, that's not why he did it at all. Like, how am I saying the same thing he's saying?
I think you can apply logic and have it be right. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the action was taken out of logic, that's what I'm trying to say.
Right, I agree, but I'm just saying it's way too big of a coincidence that the reasons I'm thinking of are the reasons he's thinking of. Maybe we're both justifying it the same way, but either way, we're both following the same logical paths in our reasoning, you know? That video to hurt anybody, but maybe you're right, maybe himself. But in order to do that, the empathy thing is missing, and we can't not think about that.
But why does missing empathy necessarily make it psychopathy?
That's basically the defining thing of antisocial personality disorder, is a complete lack of...
I thought antisocial was sociopathy, not psychopathy.
No, technically, sociopathy isn't like a correct... It depends on the classification system, like if you're using Europe or ours, but technically it's all under the umbrella of APD right now. Technically it's all called, because they find there's stigma with them.
That's stupid.
I know, and there is a lot of overlap, but I agree, yeah, there is distinctions that make them different. But unfortunately, yeah, there is subtypes, so at least there's ways. But yeah, when they diagnose you, they just ask you the criterion for APD. And if you meet it, if you meet like 8 of the whatever, then you have it, or 5 of the 8, or whatever it is. And yeah, one of the key things, and one of the key defining things that keeps coming up is this lack of empathy, which can cause, not always, but can cause things like torturing small animals when you're a kid. Not because you even are cruel, but because you just don't care, and maybe it's fun, and you know what I mean. So it's not even necessarily in a malicious way that people do this. I'd be like, my friend's kind of, you know, she has this like weird thing where, I know it's a weird analogy, where she doesn't understand meals, so I'm gonna be like, dinner, like the third meal of the day, right? Like not lunch. I'm gonna really, but before that, I could never look back at that and be like, oh yeah, I should have been clearer. Like that's what I mean. There's no, that would be silly. It's like, I was, now that I know this person, I know I need to be extra careful in this specific type of thing. But before that, I really don't think. If I talk to somebody else, somebody new, I meet a different person, I meet John, and a similar thing plays out, I would never think, oh, I need to handle this differently in how I talk. I don't think the vibe, it would be just like the dinner thing. I would think with that person I need to handle it, but if I go have dinner with you and I say I'm going to bring dinner, I would never think, oh, that's the third meal of the day, just so you know. I you know what I mean? It's not something I would...
Forwarded to an automatic voice messaging system. 204.
You better be muted now, because you weren't muted before. Yeah, but I could hear you ringing before your thing. Yeah, and that's why someone was writing on there, you're not muted, you're not muted, you're not muted 1,000 times. I have no idea. That's something you better. I don't want to be on your thing. That's what I. Yeah, yeah. Great. Lovely. Hello, everyone. Hello. Am I supposed to keep talking?
Not too sure.
I know one problem is it's the idle head turns. Is there anything RNG about them? Because, yeah, maybe that would work. Thought there was some reason that wouldn't work, but maybe it's not RNG.
Yeah. Stick to the music.
Because I know blinks are RNG, which is a weird thing. I don't know why Nintendo needed Mario to blink in a realistic fashion, but... Okay. That's hilarious. Yes! Oh. That took probably way too much longer than it should have. Oh, I was gonna say fine with me not thinking they're a terrorist group. Or would he be the kind of guy that he's got to change my mind? And
I'm not sure.
And we're talking until I agree that they're a terrorist group.
I wouldn't say he's the type to be like anti-free speech and like ban you from everywhere. But I do think like maybe he could rage quit the server. Like I don't really know enough about him to know for sure.
Okay. Because that's one thing that I was kind of annoyed with.
I think if you just like talk to him one-on-one, it will be fine. It's like I just think you should stay away from politics.
The problem is and so this is what I was saying about Maria earlier, and what I don't like about her is that I feel like if something political is posted that she doesn't like, she can't just leave it alone or say one comment disagreeing and drop it. Like that's why I brought up Somebro. She can't just be like, oh, I disagree, but I don't really want to talk about it. You know? And so can Quills. Because there is a politics channel. So if I post something that's kind of like, you know, something about, I don't know, Ben Shapiro, is he fine disagreeing and just leaving it? Or is he the kind of guy that, like, no, everything I post is a battle now? Because that was even stressful for me with Maria. In some ways, I am glad that she left, just because everything I posted that she didn't like would be a battle. There was no just like...
It's hard for me to say, because, like, he was just saying he was getting into battles with people he calls conservative assholes.
No.
And, like, huge arguments.
Because, yeah, he might think I'm a conservative asshole.
He also said that he thinks Phantom is transphobic too.
What?
But he also said that he like I feel like he also like likes Phantom somewhat. So it's like maybe he can tolerate that. I don't know.
Why is Phantom out of all people transphobic?
I don't know.
I don't know Phantom, but
He
seems
said
like
Void's
a nice
transphobic
guy.
too.
I mean, I know Void did have something happen that at least I understand why people say that. Something SRM apparently or something. But the kind of people that willy-nilly call people transphobic are frustrating to me.
I don't think he does that because like Maria calls me transphobic, but he doesn't just like blindly believe that. He knows that I'm not.
Yeah, I was gonna say his views.
So, like,
these
he's not
views are
stupid.
kind of shocking if he is friends with you in Epic. I mean, he's obviously open then, open to like people, and you know.
And by the way, the thing, the thing he had that I couldn't like remember the name of, is chronic PTSD. I think that's what it was.
But even in a non-serious way, I truly do think that if there was, like, somehow, I don't know, if, like, me, let's say in some weird world, I became an admin and Maria became admin, and then there was like this conflict. I think that could legitimately end in like the sheet collapsing. Like, you know what I mean? I think that like could actually happen. And it's like, I don't want to see that happen. I like the sheet. So I don't want the sheet to be a part of anything, or the, you know, the list. So it's like, if anything, yeah, that stuff worries me about being an admin. Because I don't want people, you know. Well, you know what's sad is like, I do worry about rejection too much. I'm too paranoid. Part of my biggest worry with being an admin would be asking to be an admin and then having people deny me. Would be like offering and then people being like, no. That's almost like the worst part of it.
No.
Which is funny, but it's like, it's so true. Like, the thought that like, because then it's like, oh, I guess that means they don't like trust me. Like, that's harsh, you know. Like, they don't. I'm willing to like do this like work, and like they like think I'll like, you know, I don't know, misuse my powers, you know. Like, that's the kind of thoughts I'd be thinking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
No.
8, 9, 10.
This star is so bullshit, by the way.
13, 14, 15, 16.
This is worse than Kaizo Mario 64.
Oh yes, okay, I got this bullshit one where I counted slide kicks to figure out when to time it was one of those vanish cap time run out ones. It runs out at just the exact time, you have to figure it out.
I'm so sad that Ben Camp's not on stream anymore.
Bye.